uh, Environment Agriculture Committee. I am really, really pleased to see you all here, and I am looking forward to a really great biennium working with you all. Um, the way today will work is this morning we're going to spend some time on just procedure information, how the committee works, what are the kinds of pieces of legislation that will come before us. How I know that we have a lot of new people here, freshmen, and I want to welcome you and congratulate you for winning your elections. And so we will go over procedures and policies and other pertinent information that we as a committee need to know. And I guess we can get started on that. I don't know if my ranking chair would like to have a few words with you.
Well, welcome everyone. I think that
Your mic?
get back to use to that. Welcome everyone. I'm looking forward to working with everyone this term, and I think that probably what I believe that what we're going to be doing is going through the committee procedures, and I'm happy to let Representative Aaron take the lead on that, and I will probably chip in occasionally if I want to emphasize something. But I just want to, one thing I want to emphasize at the outset is that Representative Aaron and I really work closely together on committee leadership. We are both really dedicated to the idea that this is a nonpartisan committee, and that's a long-standing tradition since well before I started in 2013. So I hope we can continue in that spirit.
Thank you. My vice chair, would you like to have a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to reiterate some of what Representative Bixby had to say. I've been serving on this committee since 2016, and it is truly a nonpartisan committee. We work really hard together to get out good legislation, and when we agree to disagree, it's okay. And we will have some of those, and some of those things we will absolutely 100% agree on, or sometimes we'll have bills that will work so that we can all agree. And it's really been a pleasure working on this committee for these past years, and I hope everyone else has a wonderful experience this session.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start out going around the room and introducing ourselves, tell us a few interesting details or non-interesting details about your interests in environment and agriculture. And I'd like to start with Representative Barber. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be joining you all. My name is Liz Barber. I'm from Hollis. We are a very strong agricultural town. Our history is rich and deep in that soil. My background is I've been in the food industry since my early 20s. I've worked in restaurants. I've owned my own business doing cooking demonstrations around New Hampshire, Massachusetts, into Vermont. I run several Facebook groups that are focused on nutrition and good practices with food and cooking. I currently am also the editor of a local newspaper that we just started. We're celebrating our first year. And my focus in that platform has really been to share information about our local farmers, homesteaders, and small egg producers, really try to bring back into the focus of Hollis the importance of our local agriculture and to the history. So I'm really looking forward to serving. I am a home gardener, have been using my gardens as a platform for my business as well. So I know I have a lot to learn, and I'm very excited going forward with everything you have to share.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Linda Haskins. I represent the town of Exeter, Rockingham 11, This is my second session and tour on the Environment and Ag Committee. I've been an environmental activist my whole adult life, so I'm really excited to be sitting next to a chef because I've taken a greater interest in cooking since I've been retired and actually have time to do it. And I've fallen in love with the Lost Kitchen in Freedom, Maine. If you haven't heard about it, it's a phenomenon. More on that later.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Kenny, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Kenny, and I'm from Hudson. I grew up on a farm, and actually it was a mink ranch, too. And I've always had an interest in farming. I did manage a veterinary hospital for 21 years. I do have, a garden, and I have laying hens. And so I'm very interested in the environment. I also have been on the Audubon, been a member of Audubon for a number of years, and I help with the Christmas bird counts, things like that. Anyway, I'm excited to be back on this committee. I loved it my first term, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Representative Wheeler. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Aaron. My name is Representative Jonah O'Ryan Wheeler. I serve the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. Last year, I served on criminal justice and public safety, and I'm happy to be joining you folks on environment and agriculture this term, despite the circumstances around which I was appointed.
Representative Germana, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Nick Germana. I am a second-term legislator and second term on this committee, and very happy to be back. I don't have a background in these fields. I'm a professor of history at Keene State College, but in my first term, I became particularly interested in solid waste issues. And as some of you are about to learn very, very quickly, we do a lot of that stuff on this committee. We'll talk a lot of trash for the next few months. So as I said, I'm very happy to be back on the committee.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, Representative Peter Bixby. I'm from Dover, and I was first elected in 2012, and I really wanted to be on this committee because I do a lot of homestead gardening and orcharding, and I'm a member of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association and New Hampshire Northeast NOFA, Northeast Organic Farmers Association, and unpacking all the one sometimes gets overwhelmed by unpacking all the acronyms. So I've been, for quite a while, I've been providing most of the produce for my family from our gardens and orchard, and we have laying hens, nothing larger than that because I'm not zoned for it. One of the things that kind of surprised me when I was on the committee, when I joined the committee, was that, and I was expecting to be mostly about agriculture and some environmental stuff, and all of a sudden we were discussing all of these animal cruelty bills. And that sort of says, wow, where did this come from? But so there will be topics that you might not necessarily expect when you sign up for an agriculture and environment committee, but there they are, and you'll learn about them very quickly. So I guess that's and we'll learn more about each other as we go on, but that's kind of the nutshell.
Thank you. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Seth King. This is my second term in the legislature. Last term, I was with HHS committee, and I'm really glad to be with this committee. This is my first choice this term. I'm also an amateur homesteader, and I live way up north, and the landfill issue is very close to my constituents. So for that reason, that's why I chose this committee, and I'm very glad to be here.
What town?
Whitefield is where I'm from. So
So I'm Representative Judy Aaron. I represent Sullivan County District 4, which is all the way on the other side of the state. And I represent 5 towns, Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, and Washington. This will be my 4th term. I've always served on environment and agriculture. My first term was as a member. My second term was vice chair, and my third term was chair, and here I am again. And I live in Ackworth. I also have I wanted to be on environment and agriculture since the beginning because I come from a very rural part of the state. We do have a lot of farmers and people who are engaged in homestead food production. I have a dog, 2 cats, and a flock of 9 chickens. So, and I also do a pretty large garden during the gardening season. So that's where my interests lie, and I'm glad to be back as chair, and hopefully we can get some really good work done together. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barbara Comtois from Barnstead, Senator Barnstead. I serve Barnstead and Alton. This is my 5th term. And prior to that, I was involved with the E&A committee for several years prior to that. And I met Representative Bixby before that when we were working on some raw milk bills and things like that. Barnstead is a huge agricultural town. We're 46 square miles, and we're also the beginning of the Lakes region. But I also have, my sons have a farm. It started out as ours. We did hydroponic gardening. We did about 5 acres of hydroponics. And it was quite an experience. My son has chosen not to do hydroponics. He wants to grow in soil, so he's gone into specialty berries, specifically haskaps and kiwi berries. And they take about 3 to 4 years to really start producing commercially, but he spent about 5 years getting the land ready for that. So he is actually taking over our farm. But and obviously food security for the state of New Hampshire, for the population, is near and dear to my heart. As you will learn, we can only feed about 6% of our population with what we actually grow currently, which is a scary thought when we think about that our grocery store is on 18-wheelers. Thank you.
Representative Gruber, good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to be here. This is my first year. I hope to make it maybe more than 1 term. I'm a retired professor of environmental studies. Before that, I worked in town management for 10 years. And I started as an environmentalist in 3rd grade when I took a pledge to not be a litter bug. You got to be old to remember that. Yeah, okay. I've worked in solid waste over a number of years besides teaching environmental studies, including working in the U.S. and over in Eastern Europe, where their solid waste issues were a disaster after they drove out the Russians. And I'm very engaged and involved in agriculture too at a local level. I came here in 1978 to Homestead. We've done sugaring. We have a small vineyard and a winery that we make wine from, and live in 20 acres in the back hills of Alsted. So very pleased to be here, and I hope I could help. It looks like a wonderful group.
Thank you. Representative Scully, good morning.
Good morning, all. Representative Scully, this is actually my 2nd term, not consecutive. I was up here in 17 and 18, and I'm back again. I had hoped to serve in this committee my first go round. It didn't work out that way. I felt my background would be useful to New Hampshire, having done hazardous waste site cleanups, investigations and cleanups for about 40 years. So I'm happy I'm here now because I think I can help with my experience and expertise in terms of trying to craft legislation that will make New Hampshire better for all of us. I also think that food, energy, and probably our medicines are hugely important that we're able to be self-sufficient here in the United States. So agriculture is a very important issue, and I'd like to help with anything we can do to foster and grow agriculture here in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Representative Howard, good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again. I'm Molly Howard from Hillsborough District 31. I live in Hancock, and I also represent Greenfield. This is my second term and my second time on this committee. And I will agree with the people who have asserted so far that it is a very bipartisan and I find a very effective and productive committee. My background is I've worked in the food industry off and on my whole adult life. I also have a small farm of 8 chickens and large garden plots, but that's the extent of my agricultural experience. So I'm glad to be back, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. And good morning, Representative Potenza.
Good morning, Representative Kelly Potenza. I'm Stratford District 19. That is Rochester wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. This is my second term. So I didn't pick environment and agriculture the first term, and I was complaining, and but it's the best committee in the House. So for everybody here that's new, we're rock stars. I mean, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but we are. And I do have to say, you know, just the collaboration, the bipartisanship, all of that. You know, I think we should mirror what goes on, you know, in the 400 group. So I do have a background in water stuff. So I'm glad that I came to the committee with having that expertise. I went to water science school. I used to work for a well driller and water treatment company, so I'm very familiar with those spaces. But just like my friend over there, Representative Germana, I do like to talk trash, and he was going to take that from me. I wanted to do that, so solid waste has become my thing, and there's just we've just met a lot of great people, and we've got to get a lot of things done this year. We've got to make things go all the way and kick the field goal for some of our legislation. So I'm really excited to be here and working with all of you.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Sofakidis.
Good morning. Is it on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm from Nashua, Ward 7. If you're familiar with Nashua, my ward starts at East Hollis Street, and it goes all the way down to the state line. The reason that I'm saying that is because, I don't know, 4 years ago, this is my 5th term, maybe 4 years ago, we started to get a lot of letters about Forest Lake. And so I drove, and I have a spinal cord injury high in my neck, and my husband had recently died, but I didn't think I could make it, but I drove all the way up to Forest Lake, and it was frozen and it was covered with snow, and we had a constituent meeting in the middle of Forest Lake before the committee hearing, and I'm rabid about Forest Lake, and I've met the people up there. I've worked hard with them, and I'm glad that you're here from Whitefield, because I love Whitefield, and I'm so glad that I got my eyes on it, and I'm actually thrilled beyond belief that the governor said in her inaugural address that there was not going to be a landfill in Forest Lake. We have a problem in New Hampshire because we have lax regulations, environmental regulations. And so it's people's business models to get trash from other states and bring it here. And that sends me around the bend. It's not a free enterprise thing as far as I'm concerned. And so I just feel like the other thing that bothers me a lot is creep of the housing. As more and more housing needs to get built, people are going to push further and further, and we're going to be Boston's northern suburbs. And what's going to happen is they're going to want to put limits on family farms in terms of noise, in terms of a lot of things. They're going to go out there, they're going to have a McMansion built right next to a working farm, and then they're going to get upset about the noise. And so those are the things I think that COVID taught us, that the supply chains are easily broken, and we need to get the farms pumping out food. I believe firmly in farm to table and in homestead, that people with homesteads should be able to, with minimal regulation, sell their products. So those are the things that mean a lot to me. By trade, I'm a registered nurse, and from the time I was 6 years old, I wanted to be a burn nurse, and I became a burn nurse and in charge of the burn unit at the Brigham for many, many, many years, and then I got my spinal cord injury, and I can't work anymore. So please don't call me Representative, just call me Catherine.
Thank you, Representative. I'm sorry, but for me as chair, I need to do that for decorum. Thank you. All right. Representative Freeman, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if you want to close those doors, you can.
Full disclosure, I have no experience in agriculture or environmental studies. I'm a 35-year retired occupational therapist, so I don't know if that qualifies me for anything. However, I did, this is my first term as a representative in Tilton Belknap District 8, but I am a second non-consecutive term representative originally from Manchester. I grew up right outside of Logan Airport, if you can't tell. So I think that kind of qualifies me for environmental things. I grew up there when the airport was expanding, and a lot of the environmental groups came in and said, no, you have to stop this. So I saw a lot of things. I saw when the jets took off, or especially when they landed, they would dump their jet fuel into the harbor before they landed, because that was a safety protocol back then. So I saw some environmental things, and I can appreciate anybody here who has worked on those things. Boston Harbor is now very clean, but I don't live there anymore. In any event, I am a blank slate, and I can't wait to learn about the things that you all have been doing on this committee. Formerly, I was on the election law committee, which was a pretty heavy lift. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and now living in Tilton, I can see the true majesty of the state and why it's important that we work on these issues and keep New Hampshire pristine, not only environmentally, but make sure that people have the opportunity to earn a living on this land. So thank you for having me. And again, I'm a blank slate, so, throw it at me. I'm here.
We will mold you.
Thank you, Representative Freeman. Representative Minor,
Thank
good
you.
morning.
I'm Larry Minor. I represent Fremont, Rockingham number 7, and I'm the building inspector in town. My background is a former educator, licensed master electrician, and a contractor. It goes on forever. The list is pretty long, so I won't bore you with that. Anyways, the reason I'm on this committee is because we also have a farm. We process and raise over 1,000 birds a year, not only for us but for other people. We're the only farm in southern New Hampshire that does process birds for other people. We have a great following. We sell to not only restaurants, but out of our store on our property and also at farmers markets. There's a lot of regulations, and I think that need to be changed, things that hinder farms in New Hampshire. And it's certainly achievable, and I think this committee can do it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have got such a wealth of experience and background and varied interests on this committee, and I'm even more excited now to be able to jump into all the bills that we have coming to us so far. I have seen we have 24 bills. It's up to 25 now. Okay, well, who's counting, right? We have, let's see, there'll be animal welfare bills, there'll be landfill bills, there'll be ag policy bills, cat and dog bills, all kinds of things coming our way. In any case, I'm going to go start through. I did send around a copy of sort of a committee orientation handout booklet. You can feel free to keep it as reference, feel free to toss it in the trash, whatever you like. And in the recycling bin, yes. I did send it to you electronically as well. In any case, in general, we will be meeting on Tuesdays, and I know that there are members of this committee who serve on other committees. Thank you very much for your service. We would be meeting on Tuesdays, start time normally around 10 o'clock. And for our hearings, usually we go till 4:30-ish, depending on how it goes. And if there's any changes to this, what we're going to be doing, I will let the committee know via email. If you have also any time where you need to take off, you would please let me know, or your ranking member from the other side. So we recognize that, we're all volunteers, and some of us maybe even have work, other jobs and whatnot. But if you cannot attend in person, please let me know, especially when we are doing exec sessions. I will need to know whether we would have to get substitutes for you. Sure, go jump in.
So in terms of getting substitutes for exec sessions, that is something that is done on a partisan basis. So if you're a Republican, then that needs to go to Representative Aaron, and she would make that request of the Speaker's office. If you're a Democrat, you'd send that to me and to our office staff in the Democratic office, and then the Democratic office needs to make the request for substitutes for the Democrats.
Thank you. House Rule 102, excessive absences. Each committee chairman may request the speaker to remove from committee membership any member of the committee whose absences from committee meetings are judged to be excessive in number. So if you are finding that this is not going to work out for you, please let me know, and we'll make adjustments. Email communication for legislative business. You may utilize the legislative email system. Now, as I understand, pretty soon we are going to be getting new emails. Instead of using the leg.state.nh.us, I think we're going to an nh.gov, and Speaker's office and will let us know when that's going to happen, when the switchover. I know that there are some members of the House who are testing that on a beta situation right now. But for the meantime, we do have the House Environment and Agriculture Committee email. So I will be sending out correspondence using that email to let you know about committee stuff. Please know that we ask you to use the same email for notifications from this committee that you supplied to the House clerk for all legislative activity. And also remember that any email account that you use for legislative activity will be subject to the right to know laws. So if you're going to be using your personal email versus say, the legislative email, you might want to be aware of that. Dress and decorum, we ask you for this committee to dress professionally. We are live streamed, so remember that these meetings are recorded and live streamed to the public, and you may be on camera. We ask you to turn off your microphone when you are not speaking. Food, coffee, and lunch breaks. We ask just also for decorum during our public hearings, and also as we are being live streamed and people are viewing you remotely, we do not want to have food or drinks other than water on the tables here. And so we don't want to have, like, food laying around or whatever. And also, if you have some sort of medical reason why you might need to have something to eat, we recommend that the members step out into the hallway or out of remote view and eat or drink what's necessary, and also try to plan food schedules around the committee breaks. We will be breaking for lunch normally when we have committee meetings between 12 and 1 o'clock. Use of electronic devices. You may use electronic devices as needed to perform necessary committee work. I know some committees forbid people from having laptops or Chromebooks or whatever on the table. I don't really care. I just want you to make sure that when somebody is testifying, that you're not on your phone texting somebody, you're not on your laptop looking up, something on Amazon, that you please give the people who are testifying, who have given of their day, your full attention. And I think this committee is also pretty well known for the attention that we do provide to the people who come and testify before us. So please, please make sure that you are affording them the attention and the courtesy that you would expect for yourself when you go to testify in other committees. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to second something the chair just said. We have people come up to us after testifying. I've seen it countless times, and they're just in awe of how much respect they got from the committee and say, this is so different from testifying in front of other committees. And so, I think that's a great culture that's been created in this committee, and people will let you know how much they appreciate it.
And they do, absolutely. Okay. We have in our committee room, which is on the other side, you go out the door and you hang a left, here is a committee room. And has committee room drawers. There's a file cabinets with drawers in it. You will at some point all be getting a bill folder. Once they get all the bills that are coming to our committee photocopied, each one of us will get a bill file. And you, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep that bill file here. It's supposed to stay here, but some of us have binders, and I keep my files of my of the legislation, the bills in my binder. I take it home with me. That's up to you. I don't really mind it if you keep it here or you don't keep it here. We're all adults and responsible, and I think we can figure that out. Emergency procedures for this committee room. Sure, Representative Bixby.
So the folder that the bills come in needs to stay. It should actually stay at your desk when you finish it. Because that folder gets reused by a committee assistant to provide more bills each week until we're done with them. So you can take the bills out, put them in your drawer, leave the folder at your desk so that it can be collected by the committee assistant, and that's sort of the way it operates.
Okay, thank you. So we have emergency procedures for this committee room. If there's any kind of fire alarm or anything, we're going to hear some sort of audible alarm. And I would announce an emergency may exist and that we would have to exit the building. When we exit the building, we would use the west staircase and go to Green Street, which is out that way. They don't want us in the LOB garage. Under no circumstances during an emergency would we use the elevators. There is the stairwell down down the hall there. If we are to shelter in place, we would go to room 307 or 207 if we are downstairs. Those are designated waiting areas to wait for assistance for those who can't exit the building. and Protective Services would be here to advise where to go. Collection point. Members are to evacuate to a determined place where the chair can take a head count and ensure all members have exited the building. And I would suggest probably at the corner up here by where they're doing construction on the new garage, that we would gather at that place. For building reentry, access to the building would be authorized by the Concord Fire Department personnel and communicated to Protective Services. In case of a medical emergency, we would call 911, which internally would be 9911, and we would have to then describe what happened, the victim's name and condition. Please, nobody have a heart attack. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. AED devices are located in the LOB lobby downstairs. We have procedures to call 271-2200, so Protective Services is aware of the situation. We would not move the victim, but clear the area around the victim. And I would suggest you read over these procedures, the emergency procedures, so that if God forbid anything would happen, that we are kind of clear on what we're supposed to, where we're supposed to go, what we're supposed to do. If we had any kind of disturbance, which we really haven't had in our hearings, we do have a member of the committee designated to contact Protective Services so that they would be able to come up and take charge of that. Our Sergeant of Arms here for this committee will be Representative Minor, since he's sitting next to the door. So he would be the one to, in an emergency, contact Protective Services, or at least let the committee administrator know whether that we needed some sort of assistance. We have a list here of General Court Protective Services unit phone numbers, emergency after hours, main number, and a nurse's number. Any questions on that? Thank you. Okay. Again, like I said, we have that end seat for the security notification. Fire alarm exits, we have on the bulletin board. You might want to take a moment to take a look at it. As I understand, it's supposed to be up there. A chart is on the wall of the committee room of where we're supposed to go. I don't know if I see that though, so I'll have to ask the committee assistant. So, environment and agriculture, what are we doing here? According to Rule 31G, it shall be the duty of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture to consider all matters concerning agricultural and farm problems of the state, physical land use, including current use, the various agricultural organizations, the protection of state's environment from forms of pollution other than air or water, which is designated to another committee. We deal with waste management issues and such other matters as may be referred to it. Again, I want to reiterate, Environment and Agriculture has always been run as a nonpartisan committee, and we expect it to remain that way. So we hope that you will keep your R&D at the door, and when you come in here, we're all going to work together to solve problems for the state of New Hampshire. I think it's really important. I know that we will have philosophical differences on how to solve problems, and that's okay. We can agree to disagree and be agreeable about that. It has worked so far, and I hope it will continue to work. For this biennium, the size of our committee is 16 members. We did have 20. And the balance of course, I just spoke about nonpartisanship, but it is 9 Republicans and 7 Democrats. But we will work together on these issues. Anybody have questions about that? Because I find that's very, very important. Representative Minor.
Actually, I'm sorry, this may not be relevant, but I'm just wondering, where is the mileage kiosk in these buildings?
Mileage kiosk in the LOB is downstairs. there's one on each side,
Okay.
and it's by, if you go by the security desk,
Yep.
there's one on one side of the building by the women's bathroom
Mhm.
and one on the other side.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I have laid out and worked with Representative Bixby on our committee seating. We are sitting in mixed seating, which I know other committees sit Democrats on one side, Republicans on the other. We decided we didn't want to do that. And if anyone is unhappy with their seat or wants to change, please let me know.
I'd
Representative
just
Bixby.
also like to note that we also, when we designed the seating, we also tried to pair newer members with older members so that you should have someone who's more experienced relatively close to you.
So, they can lean over and say, well, what was that motion? What does that mean? Representative Scully.
Question, Madam Chair. Regarding the issue of pollution, do we deal with soil pollution?
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of weird because sometimes soil pollution can also result in water pollution. So have you dealt with issues and how does that handle?
Yes. Well, the Committee on Resources, they do soil pollution as well and water runoff. So sometimes, depending on what the speaker decides, we may get bills that they might hear, or they might get bills we might hear, but there's sort of a gray area in there. I don't know. Representative Comtois, you look like you want to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a lot of times, some of those issues come down to, like one of the issues had to deal with fertilizer runoff into water. So because fertilizer is what we are tasked with, it's our purview here. So it depends on the topic in the actual bill, whether it comes to our committee or another committee.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so there are a couple of levels of that. One is that the committee is the way that bills get assigned to the committees is in practical terms is done by the Speaker's office, and they may choose to assign something to our committee or to another committee that doesn't seem to necessarily make sense at first glance. And there are two possible answers to that. One is that they have a huge number of bills to assign, and sometimes they make mistakes. And if that
No.
happens, we try to catch it fairly early. For instance, last term there was a bill that had to do with solid waste permitting in municipalities, but it had to do with municipal fees. And I noticed this, and I said to Representative Aaron, you need to talk with municipal and county and get this vacated because this is not ours. On the other hand, sometimes there are gray areas in terms of where it fits in terms of one committee's purview or another. And there are also matters of which parts of statute are being changed. So the parts of statute that have to do with the Department of Agriculture and with solid waste and DES are really our purview. There was a bill that initially came to our committee last term, and we wanted to amend it in order to change it to the way that something was being sold as opposed to the way it was being disposed. And we learned from the clerk that, actually, because it's changing something in the commerce statutes, we couldn't do the amendment on that bill. So there are all sorts of things that are, eventually you learn about these things, but the short thing is that we mostly get things that are farming, solid waste, animals, and food protection.
Yep. So our typical bill topics will be solid waste, which includes recycling, landfills, product of stewardship, ag policy, support and promotion, Federal Food Safety Modernization Act, farm stands and homestead food operations, pesticides, animal welfare, both farm and household, and current use issues. early bills. I don't know which of our 25 bills yet are called early bills. I will find that out later today. And so those bills need to be addressed expeditiously because they need to go to another committee, such as finance, if there's a financial implication. Or it may be, you know, we deal with one bill that has to do with an animal thing, but it's also might go to Fish and Game after us. I don't know. But anyway, the early bills get priority treatment in order to have them heard and exec quickly so they can move on. We have in our committee right now 6 subcommittees. And a subcommittee is a subset of our larger committee. When we have a bill that maybe needs a little bit of extra work or some further discussion, subcommittees, those bills would be referred to the subcommittee. And subcommittees will report back to our committee, which will tell us what they've found out or what they've decided about that particular bill to help us get through our work. Each subcommittee will have a designated chair. So I have a sign-up sheet for the 6 subcommittees that we have here. We had 8 people on a subcommittee last time, and Representative Bixby and I have decided to pare that down to 5 people. Would be 3 Republicans, 2 Democrats on each one. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this paper around. If you have a subcommittee that you're interested in serving on, please write your name down. And Representative Bixby and I will then later go through and assign people to those committees, the subcommittees. Yes, Representative Minor.
With these subcommittees, will it involve more time being here in the legislative building?
Yes. So normally what we've done in the past is schedule the person who's chair of the subcommittee would schedule the subcommittee probably prior to a committee meeting, committee hearings, or on another day specific that all 5 members can attend.
So I just want to be clear, are you saying that that subcommittee meeting may not be on a Tuesday? It may be on a different day?
Correct. It depends on the chair and the committee members if they can decide on a meeting on another day specific. But those subcommittee meetings are noticed in the House calendar, and they are treated as a regular committee meeting would be treated. They're live streamed. Somebody takes notes, and you guys work on a particular piece of legislation.
Okay, I'll have to speak to you more about this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so we do make an effort to arrange it so that the subcommittees can meet on a Tuesday. It depends on how full our schedule is, but we try to make it possible to. We try to minimize the number of days people need to come in.
Right.
But we also have to keep in mind the full schedule and the deadlines.
Sure, I understand that, but given my circumstances, I mean, 2 days would be about the most I could be here. So we're going to have to see if we can get creative with this.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any questions about that?
Madam Chair, so there are 2 areas where I feel I have both interest and some expertise. Are you asking people to sign up for as many as they think they're interested in? And
No,
you'll pick,
just
or
pick 1 or 2.
1 or 2?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I also want to make it clear that it's not our job as a committee, nor is it the job of the subcommittees to fix a bad bill. We get a bill that comes to us that's really not complete. There's a whole lot of moving parts and it's complicated and the way it's written is just not, kind of a mess. It's not really our job to fix it. There are bills that may come to us that might, have some extra questions that we want to get answered, that might need a little bit of tweaking here and there, but a complete overhaul of any kind of bill that comes to us, that's not really something that I think we want to get involved in. We want to rely on the sponsor of the bill to really come to us with a bill that's, substantial and makes sense and works and that we can consider. Representative Bixby.
Yeah. So that being said, what often drives our decision to amend a bill or not amend a bill is how important we think the overriding issue is. So last term we had a bill on phosphate fertilizer, and the concept of the bill made a lot of sense. The way that it had been drafted had a lot of problems. So I took it on myself. We decided as a committee that it really this was a really important issue because cyanobacteria blooms are, getting out of hand in the state, and limiting phosphate runoff is a huge way to help mitigate that. So I took it on myself to do a lot of legwork for doing the amendment on it, and brought it to the subcommittee and got more polishing on it, and we managed to get that bill through. It passed our committee unanimously, passed the House unanimously, passed the Senate unanimously. We had a little bit of an issue with the governor, but we, both the House and the Senate, made a very large effort to make sure that that veto got overridden, and now it is now it's in law. On the other hand, there are other bills that are just, there might be some issue that is real behind it, but the approach that is suggested is just completely inappropriate. And in those cases, we are more likely to say, back to the drawing board for next year.
Quite right. Representative Germana.
Thank you. To Representative Bixby's last point, we did have a couple of bills last time where the approach was just not workable, it was just not realistic. But there was an underlying issue that was a real issue for constituents, and I felt like we did a really good job of addressing the underlying issue. In one case, we then had a discussion about a letter from the committee to our congressional delegation. So sometimes we're able to find ways, talking to commissioners or issuing a letter or something like that, without spending more time than we should on the underlying bill. I thought those were good compromises.
Sounds like a water fountain going on here. Thank you, Representative Germana. Representative Potenza.
It was something with my mic, sorry.
Oh, was it with the mic?
Yeah, it was my mic.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. Some weird sound.
The young guy figured it out.
Yeah.
I was just at a hearing yesterday, and I didn't really see much of this. I'm hoping that we see more of this year, and I just wanted to bring it up because it worked out really well. So, it was a hearing on the bill, and so the representative came and introduced the bill and immediately said, there's just a couple little problems with the bill, and because the bill's already on board with the Senate, the senator was there and brought the amendment, and so instead of having that amendment have to get put, so instead of the bill goes through the House, goes through the committee, and then goes to the House, and then has to go to the Senate and then get amended there, he wanted to see if the committee, he brought the amendment forward, would take that amendment in. So I'm hoping that if there's, with collaboration on the other side, which we need, we need them to push things through, that maybe if there's any issues with any of the bills that are coming forward to our committee, that we can have that collaboration with the senator as well, if they see some inherent problems with something being forward. It just saves time and all that.
So yeah, and I just want to make it clear too that when any bill goes to a committee, as your sponsor or co-sponsor, the sponsor comes and introduces the bill to the committee. It is then the committee's bill. It is no longer the sponsor's bill. So, but the sponsor can come and say, look at, I've got an amendment in hand because I saw that there was this problem. And we can consider that amendment. So there's that. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the other thing is that this committee does really well is if we find that not only the issue is very important, we can retain the bill and work on it. Hello?
No? Want to use mine?
So, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that if there's a topic that's very important to us, but say the bill isn't ready for prime time, but we feel as a committee in the first year, we can retain that bill and then work on it over a course of a few months, so that we can come up with better language. And I know that a lot of committees, when they I've heard that when they retain a bill or something, we actually work on all bills we retain. We don't retain bills if we're not going to work on them. We delve into the subjects. We do deep dives in this committee, which I think is extremely important for everyone to understand. We take our jobs seriously, and retaining a bill is also an option. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else have anything to add? Any of our veterans? Nope. Okay, so I just want to also go over, we do have assigned to our committee a committee researcher. Her name is Christy Ausfresser. She takes the place of Kristen Grant, who was our committee researcher last year. And they help provide information to help our committee members do our job. They also assist the committee chair, the clerk, subcommittee chairs, and they're just technical helpers. The research staff work with the committee chairs and vice chairs to ensure that we get information that we need. So if you want to get more information about, I don't know, certain use of rodenticides or a certain technology that's being used, you can ask me to ask the committee researcher to do some research for you. And I'd be happy to do that. But all requests would have to come through the chair. It's not like you can go to Christy yourself as a member and say, hey, can you do this research for me? That way it cuts down any possibility of, say, Representative Sofakaitis and Representative Kenny asking for the same information independently and not knowing. We don't want to have duplicate work being done. The committee researchers work very closely with our subcommittees. They help with organizational issues. They help in scheduling meetings. So they're here to help us also with the technical issues of gathering information and organizing that information. So I have in your packet here Christy's email and contact number. Also, we have the House Committee Assistant, which is the lovely Jamie Wyman in the room next door. She has been wonderful. They provide a lot of range of services to our members here. They are, both of these folks who work for us are nonpartisan, and everything is directly related to the work that we do in this committee. So if you're on another committee and you need help with something, you have to go to your own committee researcher or committee assistant for that. Jamie provides us with clerical and administrative support. She helps me do the scheduling. She will type minutes and committee reports and forms. She answers whatever telephone inquiries that come to her office to let me know about them. She does a whole bunch of different things. She will not get you coffee. She will not run errands. She will not make copies for you. So just so that we're clear on that. Okay. Yes, sir. Representative Bixby.
One additional note about our committee assistant and our committee researcher. They are the committee assistant and researcher for four other committees. So for our committee and 3 other committees. So everything that, they basically work with the committee leadership and, so when you're, take the lead from Judy and, from Representative Aaron and Representative Comtois and from me and Donna in terms of contact that you have with the assistants. You can say hi and be friendly and all that sort of thing, but in terms of asking for any sort of work, it should come through the chair, the committee leadership.
Okay,
Representative Bixby's microphone is not working
Oh.
as well.
okay.
Huh. I
I heard you a couple
It was. I spoke to you directly. All right, is this
No,
any better?
no.
No, okay. I think there's a problem with the system.
Yeah. All right, but we'll move along. That's okay. Regarding our public hearings are open to the public and members of the public, agency heads, and other representatives from organizations to come to testify on the bills being heard. It is not necessary to have a committee quorum, as a quorum is only needed for any deliberation and official action. So we need a quorum if we're going to vote on anything or exec on any bills. In terms of decorum, treat everyone as you would like to be treated. We want to make sure that we give people the respect and courtesy that we would like to have for ourselves. For members of the committee, we ask that you remove any buttons or stickers that show any kind of advocacy for or against any particular topic that comes before us. We want to address committee members as representative so-and-so, just to be more professional. Thank you. Any questions that get information from the person testifying, ask questions. First of all, this is really, really important insofar as, people come here, they give up time from their work, they give up time from their day. They may travel a very long distance to come and speak to us and testify before this committee. I want to make sure that we afford them every courtesy. You might not agree with what they say, but we want to make sure that we don't argue or debate with anyone testifying. We want to be respectful and treat everybody, again, as you would like to be treated. We ask that you don't ask leading questions. Avoid sharing your knowledge on the subject or your opinion. This is the time for the public to tell us what they think. We are here to listen and gather information. And all questions will come through me. So if Representative Kenny has a question, she would raise her hand. I would say, Representative Kenny. And then she would direct her question to the person testifying. Sure, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing too is that the chair gets to everyone. Sometimes she doesn't see your hand, but there's myself and the clerk will always be looking to see if someone has their hand raised. So wait for her to recognize you. If you ask a question and you have another question, you have to ask the chair if you can do a follow-up. You just don't get to do a free-for-all for questions. Every question goes through the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, we want to try and keep it as organized as we can. Otherwise, everybody's talking over each other, and that's not good. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, this one's not working.
All right, well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm assuming it's the same in this committee as it was in my last committee, that if you need to get up and use the restroom or walk away at any time, you're not obligated to stay stuck in your seat. You can just get up and go out. People often do that if they have another bill they want to testify on in a different committee, or if they want to speak with somebody who just testified, they want to have a talk outside in the room. You're you're not glued to your seat. So
Yes, but that being said, I would like to make sure that you are not getting up, moving around, coming to your seat, leaving your seat in the middle of somebody testifying, because it is rude. And if you would wait until the person is finished testifying to get up and leave for whatever reason, then that's perfectly fine.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing is if you do get up and you leave your seat, you need to wait at the end of the aisle until the chair recognizes you to come back to your seat. That way, if we're in the middle of a conversation, there's no disruptions for anybody. The other thing is that nobody from the audience can go past these desks and come behind our seats.
Anything else, Representative Bixby? Oh, dear.
All right, I'm gonna just try to speak loudly.
Okay.
All right, so, one other thing in terms of, I think that I agree entirely with everything that Representative Aaron said in terms of decorum and politeness with people who are testifying. And I'd just like to amplify that. One of the things that is part of that is never suggesting that someone who is testifying has some sort of a particular ulterior motive. We want to be dealing with facts here. We don't try to guess people's motives. And another thing that can happen is if someone who is testifying is suggesting that there is an ulterior motive to some other speaker or some other side, then the chair will gavel that and say that is not appropriate. So we're trying to really get the facts out. This is not about individual people. This is not about personalities. This is about what facts we need to deal with in order to make a good decision.
Any questions? Representative Germana? No? Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to use myself as an example of how not to behave. And that Representative Chair Aaron brought up the point about, especially with members of the public, the importance of decorum, but also with some of our colleagues who will testify. We had a bill last session where one of our colleagues was presenting in a bill and was making a number of statements that were simply factually inaccurate. And that was part of the problem with the bill. And I admit I kind of, got into that argumentative mode with my questions. And not only was it not helpful for the bill, but it's also, as we've talked about, how to reduce the amount of time we spend on bills that are nowhere near ready for prime time. That's one of the ways we can make more efficient use of our time, is by not asking questions that don't need to be asked. But I know I was guilty of that, and it may be a temptation at times, but it's important to resist.
Representative Comtois and then Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to follow up with Representative Bixby and Representative Germana. And I know that sometimes it's easy that we can get confrontational, and we have to do that. The time to discuss the bill and what has been said is in exec session. We will have the opportunity to discuss everybody that testified in all testimony, and we can go through it and dissect it when we're execing a bill, or if that bill has been referred to a subcommittee. So there is a chance to go through everything and really have the committee work it all out if there's any questions.
Representative Potenza. No? I guess mine is the only one,
Does
huh?
this one work? No. Oh, mine works. Do you
Oh,
want to
there
borrow
you go.
mine?
No, it's fine. So, I don't have any problem speaking loudly. I agree with all of the points, except for one piece. Like, if you have someone that is truly testifying, that is giving factually incorrect information, you can question them on that if you know what the truth is. It's not that, like, we're not gonna just let, blanket whatever happen. I mean, that's our job. I do believe if it's a bogus bill, and I think this is the point of where we all know what happened with the tabling, right? When we all heard all the backlash for that. If we know it's a bogus bill, that's, you know, the way to get through it real quickly is not to egg them on, like, you know, what Nick is saying. So just let it go, and then, you know, we don't even have to have any questions. We know it's just something that's gonna quickly get ITL'd anyway, so.
Representative Bixby.
2 points. One, just adding on to what Representative Comtois said about executive session, we often will also have a work session on bills.
Correct.
And that is where we sort of have an initial discussion with amongst the committee members about what should happen with the bill and are there things we need to do to improve it. The other thing is that I would respectfully disagree with Representative Potenza about challenging someone who is saying something that is not factual. You can ask a clarifying question to say, just to make sure that they're, you know, that what they're saying is what they intend to say, or if they might adjust it if they realize, oh, I said that wrong.
Or you might ask them, where did you get that information from?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
in a question
Yeah.
way, I'm not saying,
Right.
hey, you're lying.
Yeah.
Right. But,
It's a clarifying
Right.
question, exactly, if they
Yeah.
back themselves in it.
if someone is insisting on something that you are fairly sure is not factual, you're not going to get to change that. They're not going to change it. So another approach is when someone else is testifying, you might ask the same question to get a second opinion.
Okay. So when somebody is coming to testify, we will get pink cards and have them call them up as they have their pink cards to us. We would ask the speakers to state their name, who they represent for the record, submit copies of any written testimony, and summarize it for the committee and refrain from repeating what has already been said. If we have many, many people coming to testify, I will certainly remind some of the folks that if they've heard something being said before, that they don't need to repeat it for us so that we're not hearing the same thing 50 million times. We may at times put in some time limits for speakers. Sometimes we had asked them only to testify for about 3 minutes. So those, you know, we kind of set the ground rules for any particular hearing. When committee members are sponsors or co-sponsors of bills, some of you are co-sponsors of bills that may come, or sponsors of bills that may come to our committee. So what happens with that, a committee member who is also a sponsor or co-sponsor of a bill before the committee, say you sponsor a bill, you can come and introduce the bill to the committee, or you can testify as a co-sponsor to the committee. The thing with that is if you testify, you cannot sit here and ask questions of subsequent speakers. So, in a moment, a sponsor or co-sponsor who does not testify may ask questions of other testimonials. So if one exception is if a bill was filed by the chair, me, or another member as a courtesy to an executive department or the judicial branch. These bills have a line stating at the top by whose request they were introduced. And so there's that. Representative Potenza, would you like to add to that?
No, well, first I had a question for what you said. So if you're announcing a bill for someone else, you can go back, right? Or no?
I believe you
Okay.
can.
Yes, so if the sponsor of the bill does not appear to testify, and you are simply introducing the bill pro forma as a courtesy for that sponsor who was not able to make it, then that does not put a limit on your
You can come
ability to
back and
question.
sit.
Correct. Correct.
My other question was, if you are if you're a co-sponsor or the main sponsor and you're speaking or testifying, and you know that there's other people on the committee that support your bill, give them the questions that you want to ask whoever else is going to testify.
Mhm.
So, somebody that has way too many bills is going to have to really be working that to make sure, because I'm not going to be able to sit here and ask questions
Mhm.
my stuff. So
Okay.
engage your committee.
Anything else? Okay, because we're running short on time now. So we will on occasion have work sessions after we hear testimony on bills, and we kind of want to get a sense of where the committee is on that. We will have work sessions prior to having any kind of exec session on a bill. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, one more quick note about public input. There's also a blue sheet where people can sign in favor or against a bill when they aren't speaking, and there is an online place where people can sign in favor or against bills. And we announced the numbers of how many people signed in on blue sheet and how many people signed in online for and against at the end of the hearing on a bill.
I would also recommend that members of the committee take a look at the online portal for where testimony is submitted, because a lot of times there are people who will submit testimony and not come to the committee, and we should read what they have written so that we know what their thoughts are on that. So for executive sessions, they are, run the same. The chair opens the executive session. We have discussion on bills. We make motions to either ITL, OTP, or whatever, retain it, refer to interim study, whatever. And I will recommend. I will then, ask who has a motion to present. We have a discussion on that, and then we vote on it, or we look at amendments on that bill as well, and look to vote on those amendments. So I have the procedure here on how executive sessions are run. Then, of course, we have committee reports. So the committee reports are the little short paragraph blurbs that appear in the House calendar when we are setting as a body in the House to vote on certain bills. And the person who makes the motion in exec session for the bill, say Representative King makes a motion to ITL, a specific HB 1590 or whatever it is, he would then be the one to write the committee report if that motion were to pass. The committee report is intended to be a clear, concise summary of the legislation, the committee's reason for making its recommendation. They are very important documents. They're permanent record of the committee's work and the first opportunity to educate all House members about the bill when it's printed in the House calendar. We don't need to have the full history of the bill or, whatever, just brief explanation of the motion of the bill, what its purpose is, how it's going to solve a problem, and brief statements. Explain specifically how the bill will fix or at least improve, alleviate the problem. If it will cost money, include the costs. If it saves money, what are the savings? Just your basic information to let people know what this bill is all about. Committee reports should be done as soon as possible after the exec session, preferably the same day, because we have to get that in and to our administrative people. You can transmit it to me electronically. You can give it to me handwritten. Bless you. So that's how the committee reports are written. I review those committee reports, and I look to see that they're complete and that they have correct information. I don't really take to heavily editing anything, and if something I think needs to be changed, I'll talk to you about it. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so, if you were writing a committee report for the first or second, or, you know, if you're not very experienced at it, then there are more experienced members of the committee who will be happy to help you in terms of phrasing and whatnot. And so, you know, take advantage of the experience on the committee to get some assistance in writing those until you're feeling confident on it yourself.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the committee report can be a majority report or a minority report, because a minority, if we have a difference in voting, someone may want to write a minority report, but that still goes through the chair for review.
Just a clarification, when we say majority or a minority, it's the majority or minority on the particular vote for that bill. It might be that that it's completely, you know, divorced from any sort of partisan character membership, but it's just who had the most votes on the bill on the motion versus who had the smaller number of votes.
Yeah, we've had majority reports that have been bipartisan. It's fine. Representative Freeman.
Madam Chair, I'm just curious, when you ask someone to write a blurb, do you ask volunteers or do you assign it?
Well, the committee report is normally written by the person who made the motion in the exec session. So if there's a reason why they can't write it, they can ask me and I can do something about that. Representative Potenza.
I also wanted to, during our last session, when we voted on rules, someone had brought up about making sure that those reports from a clerk couldn't be modified. I just wanted everybody in this committee to know we haven't had any issues with that at all. If there's, if there's a grammatical error or something like that, that gets fixed. But the content of your message from a majority or a minority has never been touched in this committee. I know that it has happened in other committees. That's why that was brought forward. It wasn't a frivolous thing to say, but I want to assure everyone, we're the best committee. So
Yeah. Well, when I get committee reports from folks and I need to get some kind of clarification or something doesn't sound right, I will communicate with the person who wrote the committee report and say, look, can we reword it to say this and such? So we work together on that. Collaboration, always. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, and so the report's written by the person who makes the motion. Usually before an executive session, Representative Aaron and I will sit down and talk about who's going to make the motion, who's going to make the seconds on all of the bills we're discussing, and or that are on the schedule for the executive session. So, and we will then we will ask members of our caucuses who wants to make motions on particular bills, so that you're not going to be suddenly learning that you're going to be making the motion and you're going to be writing the report about something without any prior knowledge. It's pretty much planned in advance.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume it's not a requirement that a minority report be written. How is that handled in this committee?
Representative Bixby.
So the people who are on the minority of a vote decide amongst themselves whether they're going to write a report and who's going to do it. And sometimes there'll be a situation where there was a minority vote, but it wasn't something that people cared an awful lot about, and they'll just let it slide. On the other hand, there might be a minority vote, and it might be a minority of one, but that person cares an awful lot, in which case there'll be a minority report.
Sure. And then we'll also agree as to whether something would go on consent or not. And of course, there would have to be a committee report to go along with that. Representative King.
And sometimes there can be a minority position that will still allow it to go to consent calendar.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So
Right.
as long as, if there's a minority report, it can't go on consent. But if there's if, let's say two people just vote against the bill, if they say during the executive session, we're okay with this being on consent, then it can still go on consent.
Right. Okay, are we clear on that? All right, good. Okay, last thing, field trips. We typically organize farm and other related tours, and we have in the past, and we will give plenty of notice on when and where these tours will take place. In fact, I do have a request from Rob Johnson from Farm Bureau about whether or not the committee would like to have the Young Farmers Breakfast in March or April. So that is something that we're going to have to figure out and talk about. But we've already been invited to do the farm breakfast. So when we have these field trips, we hope that committee members will participate and come. You will likely get mileage for those field trips. And those trips are designed to help increase our knowledge on various issues. Last year, we visited landfills. We went to visit UNH Extension, greenhouses. We've done a bunch of different interesting things. Representative Howard.
I just wanted to say that I attended every field trip last time, and they're highly relevant and very interesting, and you learn a lot. So I really encourage everybody to go along. They're really awesome, especially if you don't have a background in agriculture.
Okay. So that's pretty much us in a nutshell. You'll certainly have questions as we go along, as will I. And we've got a lot of really good work ahead of us. I look forward to working with everybody, and I'm going to call a meeting to adjourn for now and return at 1:00 when we will begin having 1:00. We have agency heads and other folks from Department of Agriculture, DES, and also DHHS Food Safety Division coming in this afternoon to give us presentations on who they are, what they do, or what they think they do, what we think they do, and it'll give us an opportunity also to meet them and ask questions, and it will be a very informative afternoon, and I hope that you will return here at 1:00 and partake of that. So thank you. I appreciate all your attention this morning, and it has been delightful meeting you all. I'll see if I can get these microphones fixed here.
Test.
Testing, testing. This one sounds. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Assuming it does. They're working on them. They're pretty good around here.
So was E&A in this room?
They're quick around here.
Every time last year?
They are efficient.
Okay, you never had to switch rooms or anything?
I think we had to switch.
Okay, good afternoon. Members, take your seats, please. And first, I want to make an announcement. There was a tie clip that was returned. Does anybody know? Might be his? No, it's not yours, huh? Okay, let's see if we'll put that by his seat. We've got a couple of members. I don't know. I know Jonah was on his way up, and
John's on his way up. Nick is not going to be here.
Nick won't be here. Okay. Well, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to re-adjourn here. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture. And this afternoon, we are going to have a full afternoon of presentations by the agencies that we work with in this committee. So for the benefit of our new members and a refresher for some of our veterans, we will have first up at bat here is Commissioner Jasper from Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. So Commissioner Jasper, we have business cards to pass out. Here we go. Would you like people to hold questions till the end or ask them as we go along? How would you like to do this?
So it would probably, what we're going to do is I'm just going to get it up here and do an overview. I'm glad to take any initial questions, but there will be a representative from each division who will be up there speaking. Probably if there are questions specific to the divisions, it would be appropriate to ask questions of them. At the end, if we have time and there are more questions, I'll come back up again to answer, if I can, more broad questions. So,
Okay, thank you.
but if you have any initial questions on my overview, please feel free to let me know. So, good afternoon. I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. And just from a historical perspective, there have been commissioners since January 1st of 1914, and I am the 7th commissioner. I don't think you'll find that low number in any other agency that's been around for a while.
Before you continue, can everybody hear well enough? Yeah? Okay, good enough.
Very good.
Thank you.
I have with me Rebecca Ross, who is the Director of Agricultural Development, and she will be running the slideshow here for us and speaking to her division at some point.
Thank you. And also, can everybody see the screen well enough?
And we do have
Okay.
black and white copies of the slides being handed out. And around here someplace, as the chairman indicated, I have put a stack of my business cards out there. And please feel free. And I would encourage you to call me anytime. Also, to please come by to Granite Place and visit the department anytime so we can give you a better understanding of what we do and where we're located. And you folks will all be over there next
year,
next January.
Yeah.
So most of the hearings are going to be right on the same floor as we are. So we'll be seeing a lot of you, and that'll be a good thing. So just an overview of the department. You know, I'm not going to read our mission. You can do that. But you can see we have 6 full divisions, although really FSMA, which is Food Safety Modernization Act, is a small division directly under me. Nobody wanted to take it on when we took it over from Health and Human Services, so I am really acting as the division head on that. We have 44 approved positions. When I came on as commissioner in December of 17, we had 32 filled positions with 38 authorized. And as of today, we have 44 filled positions. We have no vacancies in the department. And we also have added, over that period of time, a lead IT individual who technically works for Department of Information Technology, but is embedded and has his office there. He will also be working with the Judicial Council, which is on the same floor as we are. So let me see. Yeah, so you're going to hear from everybody except FSMO, the Food Safety Modernization Act, which is fully federally funded. If the feds pull the funding, the program goes away, but that's where we go out and we do inspections on any place that is growing food that is being consumed. Our primary focus is on food that is ready to eat, to make sure that that food is handled properly so that in fact, there aren't problems with that. We're less concerned about food that has to be cooked. But regardless, we do take a great deal of care in making sure that everything is done according to the best standards. So where do I go from there? The next slide. The overview, of course, we're promoting and regulating all branches of agriculture, regulating commercial transactions involving weights, distance, volume and time. I would gather to say, or dare to say perhaps, that you probably don't go more than a day or two without doing something that we regulate. You'll find out about the fact that any measuring or weighing device is regulated by us, and you'll hear more about that from that division. And so we really have our hands on things that people don't understand until they really delve into it. We regulate the grade and quality of agricultural crops, gather information, disseminate that, and we do a lot of cooperation with other agencies. Our sister organization, if you will, is really Cooperative Extension at the University of New Hampshire. We have a great relationship with Cooperative Extension and work with them. We have contracts, but there are times when they just say, hey, you need help, we'll help you. For instance, when we first got into the whole problem during the pandemic and the federal money that we had there, they just hopped in and helped, and there were no charges to us on that. So it's a great organization at the university. And I'm pleased to say that as of July 1st, the Cooperative Extension will be back under the College of Life Science and Agriculture, which it has not been for a while. Thankfully, the new president at UNH, who came from a land grant school and understood that, was very receptive to that idea when I mentioned it to her and said, we really need to do this. And there's a lot of good reasons, and she's made it happen. So I'm very pleased with that. And then, of course, we do whatever else the legislature tells us to do to the best of our ability, including pet vending, which we would really rather not be doing. So the budget overview, I think, is pretty important. This last year, our total authorized spending is just over $9 million. 4.9 million comes from the general fund, 2.9 from other, almost 3 million from other sources, and 1.1 from federal funds. But I would note that the total unrestricted revenues that we're projected to bring in for this year is over $6 million. You compare that to the general fund of just under 5 million, we actually make money for the general fund. So we take in more money than what you give us general fund. So that makes it really difficult when we're asked to do budget cuts because we're a profit center. And of course, if resources are taken from us, it's more difficult for us to actually then produce that revenue that you've asked us to produce. And with that, unless there are any broad questions, yes, Representative Bixby.
So, do the other funds include, dedicated funds?
Yes, I believe they do. I should have asked that question specifically. I don't know, Josh, do you have, yeah, they do.
One of the things that we did last term was shift more money that was generated by fee income to a dedicated fund, which is directly under the department, rather than having to go through the general fund.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Sofakaitis.
Hello. Is part of this from animal food, pet food?
A great deal of it is, when Director Wyman is up here, he can speak more specifically to that.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Do you have these just overview figures going back as well that would be easily accessible? Not like right this second, but like that could be sent to the committee? I think it would be helpful to see this over a period of time.
I do not have knowledge that we do. I don't have knowledge that we don't. When I get back, I will see what we have available and see if we can send you that information.
Yeah, it'd be great just to
Yeah.
see a comparison over.
Right. I think we can pull that up certainly over the last 5 or 6 years.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Should be easy to do.
What portion of the funds go to fund the diagnostic lab?
So I wasn't prepared for that question. I think that there is an income stream within I want to say it may come from dog licensing. I'll get you a specific on that, but it's not a general fund appropriation as I recall, but there is an appropriation, and that is another thing that technically the Commissioner of Agriculture has budgetary oversight over the diagnostic lab at UNH. although
Yeah, I
we do
mean,
not
I'm
run it.
particularly interested to know
Yeah.
for the money that's taken in, where that money comes from and how that money funds the diagnostic lab. I believe I think in the past we had bills that came to our committee, and it was indicated that a good portion of the dog licensing does go to fund the diagnostic lab.
That is my recollection.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, okay. Representative Comtois, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. And I know you probably do not have the answer on this, but I'm just going to ask it to the entire department there. With other funds, and it includes dedicated funds, can we get a breakdown of the dedicated funds and what dollars are in those, so that we could see that?
Certainly, we do have that information. And I will note on these dedicated funds that we have made things more transparent. Part of that was through bill that you passed last year. The amount of money in there, not huge. We've pulled a lot out since I've become commissioner for specific things. And in general, we anticipate that because of the shift in funding and how we're funding it, those numbers will continue to come down. About 3 budgets ago, I said this is not sustainable to do it this way, but because of what we've been asked in the budget process, we are pulling those down, which I think in general is reasonable. But at some point, the chickens will come home to roost, and we may not have enough money, depending on where our revenue stream goes from. I think we've done a pretty good job, and things are working out pretty well. But those funds are being used to fund the programs that the money comes in from, and we are not building those funds up any longer, which they had been previously.
Follow up?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So I've been hearing stuff about the cost of care fund, because I'm assuming that is one of those dedicated funds. Can you tell us where we stand with that? Is that fully funded at the moment, or are we,
No.
how that's, thank you.
It's not fully funded. I think fully funded, I think our number, we would hope to get it up into, I don't remember what the number is now, but in the millions. It is, well under $1 million right now. Just had another small batch of requests come in, but unfortunately, we will be putting very little into the fund in the next biennium because that's the first place any of our funding, the funding for land purchases, the fund for fares, and the fund for cost of care, pulled those down to about $25,000 a year, roughly $25,000 a year each. And if we're asked to make further cuts, that'll be the next to go because I'm not going to be funding these things and laying off people. We have a mission to do, and it takes people to accomplish that mission.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, with that, I will turn it over to Director Russo from the Division of Pesticide Control.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. I'm David Rousseau. I oversee the Division of Pesticide Control. Pesticide Control being one of the divisions within the department. Thank you, Rebecca. I'll give you a quick overview of what the Division of Pesticide Control does. Bottom line is the protection of human health and the environment while recognizing the benefits of pesticides. So there's a mission statement there, but really the bottom line is to protect human health and the environment while recognizing the benefit of pesticides. I'm proud to say that New Hampshire was one of the first state programs in regards to pesticide control in the nation. We're talking about roots back into the 1960s, predate the Environmental Protection Agency at the federal level, as well as the Department of Environmental Services. So the department really jumped on board quickly with that mantra, protection of human health and the environment. Now, I was thinking, if I was sitting in your seat, what would be helpful for me to remember the Division of Pesticide Control? So if there's one thing you could remember, we have a licensing component. So people that go on to someone else's property and use pesticides, they need to have a license. There's an exam standard. It's a written closed book exam. So if there's one thing you can remember, there is a license requirement for folks that go on to other people's property and use pesticides, as well as private use of pesticides to create a commodity, so agriculture. So licensing. Then I thought, well, there's two things. Maybe there's two things, not just one, but there's product registration. We register all products that are used as pesticides in the state. And that results in a dedicated fund. 75% of that goes to the general fund, 25% stays in what's called the integrated pest management. So just those two things. If you remember two things, just remember people have to be licensed, exam requirement, and this product registration. And then the third thing, I think there ought to be a third one, and that would be the enforcement piece. So we actually have an enforcement team that goes out and makes sure that people that have a license are doing things properly, as well as we respond to complaints. Okay, so there's a licensing part, there's a product registration part, and there is the enforcement part. And then the last thing I want you to remember, we do some education and outreach, definitely. The commissioner mentioned our partnership with the University of New Hampshire. We actually met with them yesterday. At the end of this month, we'll do a number of training sessions for people that are interested in getting a license, or folks that already have a license that need to maintain credits. So you maintain recertification credits to avoid taking the exam. Okay, so that in a nutshell is some of the activity we are involved with. And how do we do this? How many people do we use to do this? We have 8 folks full-time. Two of them are pesticide inspectors, and you get a great bang for your buck with 2 inspectors in the state. I'll get to the numbers later on as to how many inspections they do. We have an environmental program. 4 out of the 8 employees carry the environmentalist title, and I think that's important for the type of work we do. We're talking about chemicals in the environment. 5 of the 8 folks in the division actually have environmental degrees. So either it's a wildlife biology, natural resource protection, environmental planning. So we're really focused, an environmental concern focused group. We have 1 certification coordinator that manages the licensing piece. We have 1 individual that does the product registration. We have a program assistant. Now, don't let that title fool you. That person actually has 2 degrees, one in natural resources and one in vet tech. So well-qualified individuals within our division. And then there's the director. If I could just quickly go through some of our major programs from last year. Deliverables from last year based on our major programs. For licensing, we issued 2,600 licenses. Most of those are what we call commercial, and that's the people that go on other people's property. So there's about 2,200 of those licenses that are issued. The others are the agricultural type, so about just under 500. And the education and outreach component is part of that licensing program. The product registration piece, we registered 13,000 products last year. And again, that's one individual taking care of that program. And fortunately, as a nation, we work closely together with other states. So where we only have one person doing product registration, there may be a larger state that has a whole staff focused on that. So if there's a problem with a pesticide, we usually hear about it quickly. And that's an important piece to the program. So product registration, again, compliance assurance, which is our enforcement. We had 2 inspectors in the field last year, over 600 inspections, which is a good number. They also, in addition to doing random checks, so they'll show up if someone's about ready to use a pesticide, they'll do what we call the use observation. They're taking notes, they're checking licenses, making sure things are done properly, and they also respond to complaints. So the inspections are done mostly for random checks on folks with licenses, but we also respond to complaints. As far as environmental protection goes, we spend a lot of time with water quality resource protection, and there's a thing called special permits that these license holders will need for certain work that they do. I'll give you an example. Sometimes water is a situation where a pesticide might be used in water to control weeds. So that would require a special permit. Very involved, very heavily regulated. We want to know who's doing it, how they're doing it, what they're using, what time of day they're doing it, give us a chance to inspect if needed. We sample water. So the environmental piece is really important. There's also setback requirements for people that use pesticides. And if they want to get within that setback, they would need a special permit if we'd allow it at all. So environmental protection, really important. And then the last program I wanted to mention is the Integrated Pest Management Program. If you're not familiar with that, as the name implies, integrated, we're integrating a number of methods to control a pest. So it's not just the pesticide. It might be a mechanical approach. It might be a cultural approach. But it's an activity to address a pest other than just using one method. So we do have some money into that program, and we issue about 4 to 6 grants a year. And I could get carried away with that. I got to move the page quickly, or I'll go.
Director,
Yeah.
so pesticides includes herbicides?
Correct. Yeah, I should have given you a definition right off. It is in the statute and the rules. A pesticide is really a chemical, and it could be organic or a combination of chemicals used to control a pest. Under that umbrella of pesticides, you have herbicides, which would be for plants. You have insecticides for insects, fungicides for fungus, and on and on and on. So pesticide would be the umbrella term. Herbicide does go underneath that, and that's part of our regulation.
Thank you.
Last couple of things I wanted to mention was we do partner with other state agencies. We work closely with Department of Environmental Services, Fish and Game, Transportation, Natural and Cultural Resources, and as I mentioned, the university. And we work really closely with the federal government, especially the Environmental Protection Agency. The national umbrella law is at the federal level, and they support about 40% of our program. So we work closely with the Environmental Protection Agency, as well as the United States Department of Agriculture. Now, the board, we have a pesticide control board. It's by statute a 13-member board, and they oversee the regulations and the policies of the division. And that's really all I have, unless there's.
Are there any vacancies on that board right now?
Yes, there are.
How many?
4.
And those are made via appointment by the governor?
Yes, all of those are governor appointment.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm sorry. Kelly, Representative Potenza, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Sorry. Oh, it's working. Our mics weren't working before. Thank you for coming in your presentation. I just had a question about the 2,600 licenses. So let's say if I own a pesticide business and I have, 100 employees, is that included in there, like the licenses for each one of those individual people that are going out and applicating product?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. How are you? So, just for folks to understand, and on the individual or say pesticide licenses, if you're on farm, if you're selling your produce to a consumer and you're using either an organic or non-organic chemical, are you required to have a license?
Yes, the way the law identifies the use of chemical, and chemical includes organic. So you would need a pesticide permit to use organic materials to raise, if you're using that material to control a pest, that would require a permit.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that because I think it's important for everyone to understand how our license works. And also the fact that there's an annual reporting, so you're keeping track of what pesticides have been used and where. Is that correct?
Yes, part of the license requirement to maintain is to report annually what you used that year.
Get one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And does the Pesticide Control Board in New Hampshire have the right to not allow a pesticide into New Hampshire, even if it's federally approved?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Potenza.
Representative Contois now just opened up a whole can of question worms. So no, okay. So I have to understand this. For you to be able to, apply any sort of pesticides on your property, farm, or something like that, you have to have a license.
If the commodity is being sold or distributed.
Okay. So for example, if you're working for a company that does this, does everyone that is applying have to have a license?
In that situation, no. The one person would be required to have the license and be in direct contact with the individuals using it if the choice was to let people apply the pesticide under that one license.
But they would probably be on site, like supervising.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it.
Okay, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. Do you by any chance have an idea of what percentage of pesticides are herbicides, fungicides, and insecticides, roughly?
Not off the top of my head, but I could get you that information. Yeah.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so if we're talking about a pest a pest control company, would there be one licensing level for the management of the company, and then the employees who are actually going out in the field would have a different level of license?
Correct. Every business entity, as we call them, commercial business entity, requires at least one individual to have a supervisory level license, and it's an advanced level license. Then under that supervisory, they can add an operational level. Both supervisory and operational are required to take the written exam. The supervisory is held to a standard of what's called an oral exam. So after that supervisory candidate passes the written test, they sit before a panel of individuals to allow that supervisory license to be satisfied.
And just a little bit of clarification in terms of the agricultural end of things. You said that not everyone would actually have to have a license who was applying things if they were underneath the management of someone who had a supervisory license.
The private is different. The agricultural piece is, there's no oral exam requirement. There is a written closed book exam for folks that use restricted use products or what's called worker protection standard type products. We're getting into the weeds now, sorry. But they could be on site and have someone that doesn't have a license, but they need to work together. So the responsibility falls to that license holder in the agricultural exam.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming to testify. What is the period of, how long is a license valid for? And does that 2,600 number include people who are being relicensed after a license expires?
Great. So the license is good for 5 years as long as you renew it annually. So you're submitting what you used for that year. You're asking for the license for the second year. You have 5 years to accumulate a certain number of credits to avoid the exam. So you're on a 5-year cycle, but you have to renew it annually. And the 2,600 would be I would have to go back and find out how many of those are new versus how many are renewing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Proceed.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Rebecca Ross. I'm the Director of Agricultural Development, and I've been in this position since August, so bear with me. I don't have the experience that the Commissioner and David have with their program areas, but we'll try to get through it for everybody. So unlike the other divisions, in the Division of Ag Development, we're not a regulatory division. We're sort of the everything else when it comes to connecting producers and consumers and supporting the ag industry in New Hampshire. So our mission is to create market development opportunities that result in increased sales for producers, provide information to the public, and inform the public of the value and diversity of the state's agricultural heritage and industry. So not only what you can buy today, but what value it provides to our state, whether it's travel and tourism, land protection, all of those things that make New Hampshire because of its rich agricultural history. In order to do that, our core functions include administering a number of different federal grants that support producers and the folks that are also supporting producers, whether it's trade industries or the folks at UNH doing research that will support that continued production in New Hampshire. Our office also supports public inquiries, and we produce and disseminate information in directories. We're shifting for efficiency purposes to doing a lot of that online and having links to directories that can be updated more than once a year, and not printing things that we then have to dispose of and reprint as soon as there are a couple of changes. So we're trying to do that as efficiently as possible, but we know people want to just Google, where do I find this near me, and have that information, and we're working with partners to make sure that's available. We also manage the state's building at the Big E, which is New Hampshire property that we own in Massachusetts, as well as participate in other events and fairs and expos to promote agriculture and the folks working in agriculture. We have 3.5 full-time employees, or 3.5 FTEs, including my position as the director, one person who supports our weekly market bulletin, which is our publication with ag information that goes out statewide to subscribers, one person who manages reception and banking issues, deposits, and is really the face of agriculture, who supports all of the divisions as we have individuals walking in and asking questions and trying to get information, and an information representative, which is a part-time position that helps us put together those directories, support our online presence, and support our grants and different programs throughout the division. Specifically, the specialty crop block grants from USDA are a huge part of our work. This past year, we were managing 24 different projects. Each year, we get a new allocation that we put out in a competitive process for people supporting agriculture. It does not go to individual producers, and have a few projects that are supported, which go 3+ years. So throughout the course of any year, we're supporting 20 to 25 projects, although they're each from different years that overlap. So that's how we get to the total of 24 projects. Those will be coming up again in a couple of months for the next 2025 allocation and the next bidding process for those projects. The other large programs that are a little bit newer and haven't been going on as long are local food to schools and local food purchase assistance, both of which are being re-upped by the feds. The dollar amounts for those programs in the coming years are in those slides. For the local food to schools program, they're also adding a component that will go to early childhood to help ensure the institutions that are serving and supporting our kids during the day have support and connections to buy healthy foods from local producers. So we're seeing another 3 years for that program. We partner with the food bank on the local food purchase assistance program, which is also being re-upped for another 3 years.
So if the federal funding for those programs goes away, the program goes away?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So they were both new programs a few years ago, and up until last month, it wasn't 100% that we would see another round. We have seen the notices that they give us the opportunity to apply to participate for another 3 years.
Thank you. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Director. A question with the grants. What types of grants do you guys fund? Is it for local farmers? Is it for large corporations? Not exactly, but what types of grants do you fund?
Sure. So these are not to individual producers. They're either to organizations, well, they're to organizations that are supporting agriculture. It may be a trade organization. Last year, one of the awards was to the New Hampshire Beekeepers Association, where they will then be doing sub-grants to 10 different entities throughout the state to promote good practices and education within their communities. We send, usually each round there's a couple to researchers as well. So there is one project right now looking at researching older strawberry varieties and bringing back some of those healthy genes that will thrive in the environment that we have now. So it's either research or promotion on a statewide level versus an individual producer.
Thank you. Follow up? Yeah, yep.
Thank you. Again, would an organization like FFA be an organization that would get some of this grant money?
We fund FFA with some other money. If they had a project that was going to promote and meet the standards to promote specialty crops that USDA puts forth, they could certainly apply and be in the running for that. Historically, in the last few years, we have not seen that.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, Representative Bixby had a question.
So I get the market bulletin. I've been getting it pretty much since I joined started on this committee. I was wondering, is that something that you automatically put on the email for all of the members of this committee? And if it isn't now, could that become the case?
Yes. So you're asking if we can have the entire membership on the market bulletin subscription list by email?
Yes.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. So in addition to the grant work that we do, that is really focused statewide, we do have the individual initiatives that we're involved with, including the Big E. If you're not familiar with the Big E, it is a fair in Springfield, Massachusetts that runs for 17 days. It's one of the largest fairs in the country. Way back when, the promoter or developer of the Big E thought it was important to promote all of the New England states. So each of the New England states owns property in a building to showcase their own state at that fair. We own a building that was open for the 17 days of the fair last year. The foot traffic during those 17 days was 1.6 million people. We have a large partnership with Travel and Tourism and the New Hampshire ambassadors that are down there talking to all of those guests that are coming through our building. We also had 22 booths with 17 different vendors. There's one day dedicated to each state. And on New Hampshire Day, we also had 6 performances by 3 different groups and additional exhibitors showing their trades or products. So we're looking to always build up how we're promoting New Hampshire through the New England states, which directly connects to our travel and tourism in support of agriculture as those folks are coming to visit our state. We also support the Farm, Forest, and Garden Expo, which has shifted from being in downtown Manchester to the Deerfield Fairgrounds to have much more of an agricultural feel and to be in that outside environment to give better opportunities to showcase that agriculture hands-on. The last large part of our division's work is really all of the publications and promotions, whether it's using some of that grant funds to partner with the ad agencies that we work with to promote those specialty crops, producing the market bulletin, updating our website and directories, and working with other contractors on TV, radio, and online ads, reminding people of the value of agriculture and where to find it here in New Hampshire. Each year, we're looking to update that and sort of refresh those. This particular year, we're also starting a contract to do some branding and create a logo for local New Hampshire products, just like many other states have done. So you'll see that coming out in the next few months.
Okay, so this might be a very weird question. Throw it out to you as well as the commissioner. Does your department, Division of Agricultural Development, have any kind of metrics to determine the success of the work that you're doing? In other words, are you measuring how many new farms are established, or how many people that you reach during a given year, or something like that? Do you have metrics that determine your division's success?
That's a great question and was one of my first questions when I came over here. And those are hard things to measure. We have some more on an individual level. So we have a lot of USDA data and statistics. We have individual metrics in the different grants. We have reports from the contractors that are doing some of the advertising on number of hits, number of sort of, not only did they view it, but did they engage? So number of engagements. So we can see how much activity there is on a lot of our external things. What we haven't been able to do is see it on our own website, which is a bit of a challenge. We are in the process of revamping the department's website as well. We're drafting all of those pages now that will give us better metrics on who's looking for what on our website and who is engaging, which I think will be very helpful. And then we're always looking to have surveys to partner with UNH and other partners, the cooperative extensions and the conservation commissions on their numbers, but being careful not to overassume on causal connections too, right? We have a great campaign. We have 5 more farms. We don't know that our campaign or a certain program really had anything to do with influencing that we have 5 more farms or we don't. So I think it's a little bit more narrow, but that's certainly a focus of mine to make sure that what we're doing is statewide, is true to the mission, and that we can show those outcomes.
Because, we all recognize the value of educating the public in how important agriculture is to New Hampshire. But I think we also need to know how well we are doing in trying to get more farms established and going and becoming successful, because more farms we have, the better, I believe. Anyway, my 2 cents.
As a farmer, I would agree. I think we're also, going to be looking at what other states are looking at, and not necessarily do we have more, but are we not losing? Because we are losing dairy farms, we are losing ag land, and we are losing producers. And so sometimes the status quo is the positive metric because we haven't shifted back, especially in the higher density areas. So looking at what we can do to make sure that we continue to support what we have and take measures to gain.
So are you doing any kind of reports or studies to show why we are losing farmlands or dairy farms, or why we are not successful in any one particular aspect of agriculture in the state?
Our division is not supporting any specifically right now. I think I'd look to Josh and the commissioner about what we've done in the past. I know there have been studies that have been done every few years, but it's certainly on our radar to make sure we're looking at that going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director. The Big E building that New Hampshire owns, is that vacant the other 348 days a year? And do we pay property taxes to the state of Massachusetts? Thank you.
We do not pay property taxes to the state of Massachusetts, and I inherited a lot of files on the history of that. Yes, it is vacant the rest of the year and essentially shut down for the year.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, and welcome to the E&A Committee. I know this is your first time here. Speaking of the Big E, with the vendors and the booths in there, they're all from New Hampshire selling New Hampshire products. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ask Nate to come join us for representing animal industry.
I'm sorry, what was his name? What was your name?
Nate Harvey, Harvey. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. This is my first time presenting to you. My name's Nate Harvey, and I'm the Assistant State Veterinarian for the Department of Agriculture. Typically, you guys would be hearing from the state veterinarian, who you all know well, Dr. Steve Crawford. He's out of town today, so I'm sitting in for him. I think I'll just follow the slides as we go. So, I am going to read to you the mission for our division, the Division of Animal Industry. We prevent and control contagious and infectious diseases of livestock and poultry for the benefit of public health and the economy. That's important because the emphasis is on infectious and contagious diseases particularly. So diseases that are communicable between animals and can spread among our state and damage our state's economy, our state's animal industry, and cause public health problems. That is different than a disease that might be, say, a birth defect. If your puppy was born with a crooked tail, or if your cow was born with something abnormal, that's not going to be contagious or risk anybody's economy or public health. So it's important to remember that component of our mission. And we do experience challenges with that every day in terms of people trying to understand what that means, infectious and contagious. So how do we do that? We have several core functions that we pursue. So we conduct investigations of animal disease outbreaks on farms and in certain licensed facilities. Basically, anytime there's an outbreak or an appearance that there may be disease present, that's where we get called to livestock facilities and any kind of facility that would potentially affect our food, our public health, our farms, as we've just been discussing, and sometimes even our pets. We run lots of diagnostics, both routinely when there are not outbreaks happening, so what we call peacetime. We run lots of diagnostics throughout the state on a regular basis, a voluntary basis among many of our farms, our poultry producers, our livestock producers, and sometimes even our pet producers. That may be just there's disease management, watching for tuberculosis or brucellosis. It may be assisting to transport or test for rabies, another very important disease in the state. But we do have the capability to run a lot of diagnostics, and we do that in conjunction with New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. We communicate regularly with our state EOC because oftentimes large-scale animal emergencies can become human emergencies, and sometimes large-scale human emergencies can also become animal emergencies. So we work with them regularly on response plans, everything from potential situations, say with the Seabrook nuclear power plant, to the introduction of a foreign animal disease, something very highly contagious, to the introduction of a disease that would be significantly zoonotic and risk the human population. We work with the EOC regularly on practicing and managing plans like that. And most importantly, probably the most common thing we do is we regulate and oversee animal movement. So for myself as a veterinarian, coming from 17 years of practice where I worked on fixing the individual animal or the herd with the problem, it's a different kind of work because we monitor the movement. We make sure the animals have the appropriate regulatory paperwork to cross state lines or to even move within our state. We make sure they have the appropriate required legal, the testing required to move. And we make sure, especially if there's a change in ownership of an animal, a transfer of an animal, that appropriate paperwork comes as well, because the person purchasing the animal may not have all the background. We do a lot with animal population. We have the Animal Population Control Program, which I'll talk about in a second. And within our division, we have 9 full-time employees. We have the state veterinarian. We have myself, the assistant state veterinarian. We have 4 animal health technicians, essentially veterinary technicians doing regulatory work. So we call them animal health technicians. We have a full-time disease data management entry person, and our office manager, and the APCP, the Animal Population Control program overseer. So the next slide. So how do we do disease control? I talked about disease control is the most important thing we do. How do we do that? We do that with the authority provided in RSA 436 and some of other statutes. And we typically will conduct testing and investigations insofar as available funds permit, but also insofar as the reason to believe that that disease may exist there. So we do not just go around the state looking for diseases, except for our routine disease control programs that we have for diseases that we know we are under constant threat of and our animals are. We don't go barging into people's property just trying to find a disease there. We need to have a reason to believe that it's there based on our fellow colleagues, other agencies, or animal symptoms and signs, notifications from veterinarians, local law enforcement, things like that. So that's how we do that. That's the authority under which we do that. Why? Zoonotic disease. Zoonotic disease means a disease that is transferred from an animal to a human. And so just to let you know the importance of that term, 61% of all germs that we know as humans, all the germs that humans can catch, 61% of those are zoonotic, meaning that they can be transferred from animals to people. 75% of all the emerging zoonotic disease outbreaks right now in the world, that means new diseases that we're trying to figure out, study, and understand, create vaccines for, 75% of those new ones are zoonotic. They're related to animals or animal transmission to people. And lastly, the most important statistic in the United States, 7 out of 10 American households have pets or livestock or animals right in their immediate vicinity. So that's the importance of why we regulate animal health. A lot of people fail to realize that the main purpose is to protect human health. So obviously overseeing food safety, food security, regulatory costs and taxpayer implications anytime there's an animal outbreak or a disease, or anytime we even have to conduct an animal disease traceback to try to figure out if there's a disease or an outbreak happening, that all costs money and takes time and a lot of resources. And then the disposal event and controlling and biosecurity after an outbreak is important. And that's all the reasons why it's important we regulate animal health. We have regular programs for rabies, tuberculosis, salmonella, avian influenza, mycoplasma, brucellosis, scrapie, and numerous other diseases. Those are all regularly monitored diseases that we look for to try to prevent them from building up in our herds in the state of New Hampshire.
So do you work in conjunction with Fish and Game? So they come across a moose and that's deceased, and do they contact you to try and figure out why it died? Or
That's a great question. That exact example you mentioned, a moose, maybe not so much, unless it was found on a dairy herd or is found in relation to one of our livestock animals. However, a wild Canadian goose, or if there certainly was a wild pig, a feral hog found or something in relation to our farms, something that is known to have a direct infectious agent that we 100% know is high risk to our dairy farms and our swine farms, we would absolutely be involved with Fish and Game. We communicate regularly with Fish and Game. We don't do too much with moose. We do have some things we do with cervids. The term cervid means deer or elk or caribou. But yes, we do regularly work with USDA and Fish and Game. USDA Wildlife Services, another wildlife component that we work with a lot regularly, especially here in Concord.
so, for example, if I have a constituent who found a dead turkey, wild turkey on their property,
Yes.
and maybe they've got, a flock of chickens or something nearby or whatever, should they call your office?
That's a real situation that happens quite a bit. Actually, because a turkey is wild, they first should call Fish and Game. They absolutely first should call Fish and Game, and Fish and Game will communicate with them about collect whether that bird is considered a suspect bird or high enough risk bird to test. Because we find wildlife all the time, a dead bat, a dead turkey, that kind of thing. The Fish and Game has thresholds that they set and a whole entire decision algorithm for when the risk is high enough that they need to intervene, because we do find wild animals quite a bit, sometimes just the one off, and it doesn't always mean something might be happening in terms of an infectious disease. So they should first contact Fish and Game. Fish and Game would then assess, do their algorithm and discussion with them, and call us, which happens sometimes if exactly the parameters you just mentioned happen, like there's a susceptible flock of poultry nearby. Maybe there's more than one dead turkey, maybe 2 or 3 dead in the neighborhood. So yes, it's possible we'd get called, but if it's a wild animal, the first call should go to Fish and Game. If it's a domestic bird, of course, should go to us.
To what extent does your department or Fish and Game educate the public in how to go about doing that?
That's a great question. We have flyers out there. We have our decision-making algorithm for what we use to determine, for example, if an animal might be at risk for rabies. We get calls all the time. I found a dead rat in my basement. Could my cat or dog be getting rabies from this? Or I found a dead bat in my house that my cat was playing with. Do I need to worry about rabies? That the decision-making process we use comes from statute. It's spelled out in laws and rules. And we actually use our decision-making algorithm. We've kind of published it into a flyer, and we make that public. So we will share that with law enforcement, ACO, or even the public. Wildlife has the same thing, very similar algorithms. And there's not only a hotline, you can call it all the time, but posters and public messaging, especially amongst an outbreak. If we start having an outbreak of West Nile virus or highly pathogenic avian influenza, which I'll talk about in a second, we do release materials not only on our website, but kind of these little flyers that we make in conjunction with New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, Wildlife Services, and other agencies.
Thank you.
So moving on to disease control. So we work regularly with the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. It's a wonderful team over there of very smart veterinary pathologists, a lot smarter than I'll ever be, and a team of people that are experts in animal disease and diagnostic testing. We work with them regularly, bringing them samples. We communicate with them regularly about results that we get for animals that are submitted for disease testing. Like I mentioned, we communicate regularly with our Emergency Operations Center and the emergency operations people that will essentially be overseeing response if we have a state emergency involving animal disease. And you'll see on the third bar there under disease control, we regulate livestock dealers, poultry dealers, and swine garbage feeders regularly, all the time. We are going and doing those inspections. For those here who don't know, garbage feeding of swine, the term garbage feeding doesn't mean feeding garbage from your kitchen garbage or whatever, or from your local dumpster. It means feeding a certain type of food left over from human processes to swine, typically produce. And the term garbage is defined not only federally, but here in the state. And it's important to understand that you cannot include meat products or any kind of high-risk products for swine to feed back to your pigs. That is a high-risk pattern of behavior that a lot of people do. They just give all their scraps to their pigs. And it turns out that that is one of the greatest risk factors for African swine fever, classical swine fever, foot and mouth disease, and some other diseases. They're always trying to creep into our nation. So we do regulate and oversee garbage feeding. Yeah.
Quick question too. The New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory is in joint management with UNH. Do they share the funding to fund that facility?
Their facility or the programs?
Yes and yes.
You mean with the department, with our department?
Yeah.
The commissioner might, yeah. I think the answer to that is yes. The funding for some of their programs comes from some of the same funding that our programs come from, I believe. I can't give you a complete answer on that. Maybe Commissioner Jasper could.
I didn't hear the question.
Oh. Okay, sorry. It's questions. Sorry, it's not me. I might have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Sorry. Moving on, so we just got a new electronic data management system. It's a big deal in our division. It's a $1.3 million project over 4 years. We just had our starting mandatory date for veterinarians to use that starting on January 6th. Thank you to those here who helped make that possible. We were doing just paperwork and cabinets and lots of paper records instead of electronic records. So now we can monitor dog and cat movements and transfers electronically, search, make reports. It's much, much easier. And it's also daunting. We're now realizing the number of cats and dogs that move in our state and are transferred. It's exponentially more than any of us ever thought. Moving on, we regulate the pet trade. The pet trade is the elephant in the room that Commissioner Jasper was mentioning. It really is becoming a challenge as we try to help dairy farms and pig farms and animal livestock operations. And over 50% of our time is being taken up by monitoring dog and cat movement. We just don't have the staff. It's important work, but we do not have nearly the staff and time to do that licensing program and oversight, but we do our best. We work with equines. We try to oversee poultry operations, because right now avian influenza is flying through the state and the nation. Our main challenges are resources, increasing the number of small backyard farms compared to larger farms. There's a consolidation of farms going west, and we have a lot of small backyard farms, which are wonderful, but they're harder to manage, harder to communicate with sometimes, and sometimes harder to find. And then a lot of unmet needs, which we can talk about another time. Aquaculture, cervids, the garbage management program I mentioned. Small backyard flocks would love a lot more help from us, and we would love to give them that. We give them some. Multiple opportunities for us to grow and do agriculture related things instead of where sometimes our time ends up being spent. And the last page, last slide, you're all very aware, I'm sure, of the HPAI, highly pathogenic avian influenza outbreak that's happening for the last 3 years across the poultry industry. 130 million birds lost, and the industry is really struggling, staggering. It has now jumped as of March of last year into the dairy industry and is affecting cows, and high levels of virus are being found in the milk. The milk is safe to drink. It's pasteurized. Raw milk is in question. And it has now spread to 17 different states and over 1,000 dairy farms in the United States. So we spend, for the last 3 years, a huge amount of our time monitoring just this one virus, and we are very concerned about it. So it's not a small thing, and there's a lot of potential for it to get worse. So we're starting our own state milk monitoring program that Dr. Crawford has launched, and so that we're going to start looking at bulk tank and silo milk and start just making sure that the milk isn't in our state, that the no infected virus or cattle are in our state. So thank you very much. Sorry for the going over.
Representative Haskins had a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Harvey. Could you share your contact information with us?
Yep, absolutely. Dr. Crawford's information is on the front page here, name and number, and I can certainly give you all my card and my contact info. Our email is the same. It's always first name, middle initial, and last.
We can send all of that when we send the presentation into Jamie too.
Thank you. Representative Sofakidis.
Hi, I appreciate very much what you said about the transfer of dogs and cats. I think that a lot of people don't know, and they just pass pets around wherever. But the thing I was just curious about are the import of animals from kill shelters in the South, because they come up like on 93 or 95, and they drop these animals off at rest stops, and it just seems like this huge black hole.
Amen. Thank you for saying that. And there is a massive, massive pet trafficking industry. And I that's my own word. That is Dr. Nate Harvey's word. That's not the division's word. But there is a massive, massive flow of pets going from the south to the north. We have as far as states go with their programs to monitor intake paperwork and monitor paperwork within the state, we are pretty darn good compared to some of the other states. But unfortunately, that helps us to reveal and see how many animals there are. I'm not saying that's wrong. People are trying to do the right thing and help animals, but a lot of them do not want to be regulated. They don't want to be known about, and they definitely don't want to have to submit paperwork and proof of rabies vaccinations and all the things that protect public health. So we found it to be a difficult population of people to work with sometimes, but I think we're making good progress. But thank you for saying that. That's very true.
Representative Minor and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Doctor, what types of plans are in place to mitigate H5N1?
That is something we can send you a whole email with some of the things we've done. Within the state of New Hampshire, we're monitoring milk. We're communicating with dairy farms. I assume you mean H5N1 in dairy farms. We've done extensive amount of work with poultry, and all the other states have done extensive amount of work with poultry. But when it changed in April and started infecting dairy cattle, it became something we've never seen before. We've never seen a virus with this level of virus in the milk. Dairy cow milk is usually not a site for virus to concentrate in. So that's become a problem. And so we're doing milk sampling. We're just starting it now. In fact, not only are our milk inspectors in the Department of Human Health and Human Services trained to collect milk samples and submit them for testing, we just jumped on board this past week, and our animal health technicians just got trained and certified as milk inspectors in case we end up with an emergency in our state or anywhere in New England where this shows up in even a single cow in New England. We're going to start ramping up and potentially even test down to the farm level or to the bulk tank level. Right now, we're doing over large samples of silos that cover big areas just to make sure we don't have it at all in the state.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so did I understand you correctly that the animal transfer database, which is sort of completely online like now, has helped identify the number of transfers that we're failing to track?
Well, no, because it has helped us to identify the number of transfers of people that get the appropriate paperwork, which is already exponentially more than we thought, because before we had paper records that we couldn't even store. There was such a volume. Now that it's electronic and I can hit search how many certificates we had, we've already had 5,000, just about 4,840 certificates just over the last few months in our pilot program of this, and some of our veterinarians have not even signed on to use it yet. The people who are moving animals, which is a vast majority of people don't know that if you're going to change the ownership of your pet, whether it means give it away, sell it, rescue it, adopt it out, by law in New Hampshire, you're supposed to provide an official health certificate or official certificate of transfer for that animal. Most people aren't doing that. Most people think you can just sell a dog or give it to your cousin. I don't even know how much it will be if we don't follow the paperwork. That's a great question, Representative Bixby.
Representative Scully and then Sofakaitis. We have to kind of move along because time is running through.
Thank you.
Representative Scully?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for being here. How are these outbreaks actually occurring? Is it animal trade between states? And when they say it's in 17 states, how does it get that
the quick
widespread?
summary is to look at the great question, the two differences between the two H5N1 viruses we're dealing right now. In the birds, it's in the wildlife population, and it is in many of the ducks and birds and geese flying over our farms, and it's being showered across the United States, which is how 130 million birds have been affected by this. In the dairy industry, it was a mutation that caused it to infect a cow, and that individual first index cow in Texas then infected another cow and some calves, and the movement of cows across the states is how that has spread. So it depends on the animal and the virus you're talking about. The milk one is movement of cattle. There's no wildlife reservoir spreading this at all. This is strictly milk moving it, direct contact. So it's an excellent question because that matters our response. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Sofakaitis?
One more question is, and I might have old information, but was that virus then from the cow transmitted to a human, or was it from the birds to the human?
The news stories you're hearing this year of people being infected with H5N1 virus, those are people coming sick predominantly from milk from cows, from milking cows and having raw milk splattered on a small level in your eyes or in your mouth, or there were a couple of very, very rare instances of it being transmitted by birds to people, but the vast majority of the people you've heard getting sick, including the very sick people, that all came from milk from this new outbreak in cattle that we're dealing with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate all the information you provided.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Josh Marshall, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. But to continue the chair's metaphor, I am pinch hitting for Cheryl Ayer, our Director of Weights and Measures today, who's at a national conference in South Carolina, I believe. I'm going to be very brief because I'm not the subject matter expert on here, and we have a really good distillation of the overview of the division in the slides. But I did want to mention a couple of things to sort of set the stage. The Division of Weights and Measures serves the public to ensure equity prevails in the marketplace for both consumers and businesses by supporting and regulating commerce that is sold by a weight or a measure. A couple of examples of that would be the deli scale at the supermarket, which is charging you a certain amount of money for a certain weight of meat, or the fuel pump at the gas station, which is charging you for a certain amount of liquid by volume. And so we have a number of inspectors that we send out to make sure that all of those are licensed and certified. And just some of the high-level numbers. The division currently licenses 20,000 commercial devices owned by more than 2,800 businesses. Now, that doesn't mean that our inspectors, we have 3 inspectors on staff. It doesn't mean that they're going out and touching each of those devices each year, because we also license 217 service technicians from private business who can also inspect, test, and certify those devices. We have sort of an audit program where it's our intention to have department staff touch each device within every 5 years, so that we're getting around to make sure that our staff see and certify each device, but the volume of devices is too much for us to do each year. There's over 1,000 Waymasters who operate vehicle scales that are used commercially, and the division itself has 8 full-time equivalents, including the director, a program specialist, and program assistant who support the administrative needs of the licensing and certification programs, and 3 investigators, along with the state metrologist and a part-time state metrologist. I just also want to point out that the inspectors and the director are also certified through the New Hampshire Police Academy as part-time police officers, which helps with their ability to enforce some of these issues that might come up. I'll give you a quick example. If you see the big roadside sign at the gas station says $2.99 a gallon, you get to the pump, and as you're pumping, the computer reads $3.29. That's out of compliance. You would report that to the division, who would send an inspector out there to see what type of enforcement action should be taken. There's a lot more detail, but I want to get to the folks who are subject matter experts, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions if you have any.
Yeah, so in terms of what might be tested under scales, would your division test the scales that are used by farmers who are selling at the farmers market or through CSAs, et cetera?
Absolutely. And one of the services, sort of the outreach that's within some of the details of these slides, is we offer scale clinics across the state. I believe there's 10 of them across the state, usually in coordination with a cooperative extension field office. And farmers can bring up to 3 scales that are 30 pounds or less and have those scales certified for free. So there's no charge. They still have to apply for the license, which is $18, if I recall, after the last check I paid for my scales. And then they can get the certification done for free.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for having me. I am Morgan Doobie, and I will sit and use the microphone in just a moment. I don't want to overburden you with items, but we do a lot of outreach, and so in these folders is a copy of what I'm going to talk about today, as well as some of the outreach material that we put together. Hello, it's nice to see you again. I am replacing my director today, Kira Siegert. Her contact information is in that folder, as well as on the copy that you received. And I will begin with our mission. So I'm an entomologist with the department. Our mission is to curtail the spread of invasive insects, plants, and pathogens that may negatively impact agriculture, natural and human ecosystems within the state of New Hampshire. We focus this on pests moved by human activities. The core functions of our division is to accomplish our mission through licensure, inspection, survey, certification, quarantine, and outreach activities. For example, the coasters that you have in your folders have spotted lanternfly on them, which is a pest we are very concerned about. It is close in Massachusetts, as close as North Chelmsford and Fitchburg, but we don't know of any established populations in New Hampshire. We have the Upland Invasive Species Coordinator, who works with invasive plant management throughout New Hampshire. The division takes the lead on eradication of regulated pests when it's warranted, and then we're responsible for honeybee health. We have 5 full-time employees. 4 of those are entomologists, and 1 of them is a botanist. It's pretty nerdy over in our office. We have 1 part-time employee, and he is our apiary inspector. Some of the activities that we conduct are nursery and plant dealer licensing. We do an inspection program within the people that hold those licenses. We certify nursery stock and other plant products, such as firewood. We issue compliance agreements and permits for the movement of this material. We conduct exotic pest surveys for these are federally funded, and they are for pests of state and national concern. We partner with the USDA on permitting for importation, use, and handling of foreign soils, biocontrol agents, bacterial soil amendments, insects, and other organisms as authorized through the Federal Plant Protection Act. We have an upland invasive species program and remediation fund. We survey, map, and conduct invasive plant control and outreach. The apiary registration program we have is voluntary, and we have an apiary inspection program, and those inspections are conducted by the part-time employee. And then we identify insects of public concern. Arthropod identification usually consists of spiders or ticks, things people are concerned about around their house, and things like that. The next slide are our primary laws and rules. I won't spend too much time here, but I would just want to point out that we just recently reviewed and revamped our beekeeping and hive products rules. And 2 of our major rules are up for, they expire in 2027, and that's the nursery, plant dealers, and nursery stock rules, as well as our invasives. And so we're going to be looking a lot closer at them in the next biennium. I wanted to note that as of 2024, we had 990 licensed plant dealers in New Hampshire, and then we are up to 701 registered apiaries. Some notable quarantines that I wanted to mention are the firewood quarantine. This is New Hampshire specific and protects New Hampshire by prohibiting the importation of untreated firewood. There are exceptions to this, as allowed by compliance agreements, which our inspectors take care of. Spongy moth, formerly known as gypsy moth, is a federally regulated pest, and New Hampshire is within this federally regulated area. Shippers or producers within New Hampshire that are sending regulated articles outside of this quarantine area must be under a compliance agreement or have an inspection. Japanese beetle, European corn borer, onion white rot, and a few others are pests that we've dealt with here in New Hampshire for maybe decades, but not every state in the nation has them. There are particular states that have regulations specific to those pests, and we assist New Hampshire producers to meeting those plant protection requirements of the receiving states. Most of the time, that does vary by state, by the good or the plant product that they want to ship, the production and storage conditions, as well as sometimes the point of origin of the plant material. This usually requires certification and inspection. I want to point out that in 2024, we conducted pest detection surveys for 33 pest threats to New Hampshire and the nation. These surveys were conducted at nurseries, vegetable farms, roadside locations, forested areas that are identified as high risk. In 2025, we have 35 pests on the list that we are going to be surveying for at similar locations. A couple of the challenges I can point out real quick are that the distribution costs of one of our full-time employees is across multiple accounting units and multiple federal grants. This state system that we currently use does not accommodate this, and it does require a number of additional man hours to ensure correct budgeting. The second is supporting online vendors shipping plants out of state. E-commerce is a concern nationwide, and my boss is probably talking about it right now at the meeting she is at. This is a non-traditional type of clientele that may have needs such as those regulatory requirements that are not being met by our current system. And the third challenge I'd like to talk about is the information management and accessibility across all of our programs, licenses, inspection, and survey. And we can end with this one because it's ending on a positive note. We have just implemented or are starting to implement the LCP system with Trace First University. And this is hopefully going to allow us to do everything online, manage things a little bit better, and is very exciting for our staff to be able to actually join the 21st century. And lastly, I wanted to talk about a couple of the innovative programs that our division partakes in. NHBugs.org is an excellent online resource for New Hampshire residents as well as visitors to the state. It's a collaboration between the Division of Plant Industry, the Division of Forest and Lands within Natural and Cultural Resources, UNH Cooperative Extension, USDA APHIS, which is the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, as well as the USDA Forest Service. This program or the website allows for a streamlined response for pest detections and public reports. We rely heavily on the public to report things such as spotted lanternfly, which is why we've developed coasters so that people now know. Just another way for us to reach people. And this nhbugs.org has a strong collaborative effort. It's we kind of like to view it as a clearinghouse where all those departments that are working can put the information in one place for one-stop shopping for the residents. Firewoodscout.org is about recreational transportation of firewood risks. Firewood is the #1 pathway for the spread of invasive pest. We joined Firewood Scout a few years ago. This provides outreach for proactive steps that campers can take to protect New Hampshire forests. It's an online mapping platform that allows visitors to look up where firewood is going to be for sale near the location that they're camping. All they have to do is type in the zip code of where they're going to be staying, and it pops up a list of the vendors in New Hampshire in that area within a certain radius. New Hampshire is one of 13 states partaking in this program, and we have, in New Hampshire alone, over 500 firewood vendors listed. Lastly is a systems approach to nursery certification. This is called SANC. This promotes a harmonized, risk-based systems approach to nursery and greenhouse production. It's a voluntary certification program that was developed by the National Plant Board, which my boss is a part of, as well as along with American Hort. We have one SANC facility in New Hampshire, and this is actually the only facility nationwide that is duly enrolled in both the SANC program as well as the U.S.-Canadian Greenhouse Certification Program. I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I know one thing I didn't see on this or hear you mention was the emerald ash borer, which was a pretty big bit of news maybe a decade or so ago.
Yes.
And I was wondering whether that's because it's under control or because we've lost our ash trees or
The answer is a little bit of all of that. I will say that I received, my position was filled because emerald ash borer was found in New Hampshire. So I feel like I should get that tattooed on me somewhere. But emerald ash borer is now considered widespread in New Hampshire, but it is not nationwide. And so we do have to be careful about moving stuff out of our state. The Division of Forest and Lands in the Forest and Lands Division is they are responsible for the biocontrol efforts and the monitoring of ash currently. Since it's not really a regulatory issue anymore, the Division of Plant Industry has sort of stepped back.
So you were working on wasps that were biocontrolled. Do you know if that's been working or if that's...
Yes, so we have released 3 different small parasitoid or parasitic wasps in New Hampshire. All of this information just went out in the 2024 summary developed by the Division of Forest and Lands. I believe you can find that on their website, and I'm happy to share it when we send you all the information that you've requested after this meeting. But it's fascinating what they've been able to do. These are non-stinging wasps. They parasitize a life stage of the emerald ash borer, and we're currently releasing them in multiple locations throughout the state in ash stands.
That was your master's project.
So my master's project was on a large predatory wasp that was used as a kind of monitoring, a biomonitoring program. And Peter's wife, Jessica Bolker, was one of my advisors, which is how we know each other. But yes, it was fun playing with wasps for a couple of summers. Very charismatic.
Thank you. Appreciate all
welcome.
your information.
You're very welcome. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'll be extremely brief. My name is Al Wyman. I am the Division Director of Regulatory Services for the Department of Agriculture. It is nice to see friendly and recognizable faces, and it's exciting to see some new faces. It's a great committee. As Commissioner said initially, if you have questions when you are looking at LSRs and so forth, give them a call, and if it involves any of us in the division, we'd love to assist you. I mean, it's worked great. There's a lot of legislation that comes through that requires, I believe, clarification as to how we might implement those or the potential impacts associated with implementation. So that's of all, like taking Dave's lead of all the things I want to do is emphasize that. Relative to what we do as a division, if you were to scroll down to the end of it, what we really do, it's human health and safety. I mean, it's labeling, it's inspections. The whole point and purpose for that is so at the end of the day, we have a handle on what's being distributed throughout the state, and if we have recalls that are necessary, we can jump on those, right? But it's critical that that labeling be correct for that purpose. So we go out, we'll do inspections relative to assuring that we can do that. We also deal in three primary. We exist really in three ways. We represent a lot of federal law, and our inspectors are issued the authority by federal government to do certain inspections associated with the growth of vegetables, right? The point being, the proper growth and handling of the material before it gets to consumers is critical because of some of these pathogens that pass on with the vegetables. So we'll go out and we'll do inspections to assure that the handling is proper such that we don't end up with an outbreak to begin with, that we then have to go back and trace, right? So there's a lot of components to that, a lot of pieces. A second one is we work on the national level with organizations that will develop example laws and rules for consideration by each state across the nation so that manufacturers only have to produce to one set of requirements. And in that, we have toxicologists, professors, manufacturing experts, control officials from every state. We get together. We use really good scientific basis to make recommendations to you guys as to what might be appropriate. And in the case coming forward, you'll see something associated with biostimulants. Recently, there was some changes to fertilizer. These are all things you're going to look at. You may interact with us to ask questions associated with that. We do pet food, and there is a component in pet food associated with sampling. It's not just labeling and assuring that we can backtrack, but when a registration comes in, it identifies what the contents of that pet food is. And we have an expert who just looks through that day in and day out and is looking for ingredients in that pet food that could be harmful. And typically when we run into those issues, it's not the larger companies because they have experts of their own that they can hire. It's usually the smaller companies. It's usually people within New Hampshire who are producing and wanting to sell that they may not have that technical expertise. So we'll step in after a review and we'll call them and we'll say, well, here's our concern. We can't register this product. We can't allow you to sell it for these reasons. And everything we do, we try to work with everybody to the best of our ability to get them to be able to sell their product. Our objective is not to stop anybody. It's human health and safety. It's also pet safety. So I don't know. I'm really encouraged by that because I get good feedback that my staff is great and helpful in that aspect. We also deal with specific RSAs that were driven not by national, not by federal, but by the citizenry of the state of New Hampshire, and that includes things like local marketing. Somebody spoke about agricultural land and protecting agricultural land. We have an ALP program where, if it's properly funded, we have the capability of going out and purchasing the rights to land in perpetuity for the purpose of agriculture. I mean, in my opinion, the only way you're going to save agriculture is by setting that land in perpetuity for that purpose. Because no government entity has the right to come in and say, you can't sell your land, right? It's a really important for people who feel that preservation of agriculture in the state of New Hampshire is important. That's an important program, but it has to be funded. We do things, and we also work a lot with New Hampshire Extension over at UNH. Great program. I agree with everybody. We work hand in glove on a couple of different programs. The registration of uninspected rabbits and poultry, for instance, lumber grading. There's a lot of people in New Hampshire who make their own lumber and build with it. So you have to have an expert who's capable of looking at that and saying, yeah, that's safe, right? The Seal of Quality program, great program where staff will go out and, you have FSMA, you have GAP, those are federal, and you have New Hampshire Seal of Quality, where our staff will go out and even take a step above and do inspections and expectations in the way product is produced, grown and produced and presented in such a manner that it is of a very high quality. And once they pass that, and it's a yearly inspection, we have to document everything as they can use that sticker on their product, Seal of Quality. There's 14 programs that fall under my division. I can't get into the detail associated with all of them, but your packet here, it does a good job of at least presenting what they are. And if you go onto our website, I think you'll find really good descriptions of what each one of those programs are. The last thing I'd like to say, and I'd like to, Representative Bixby spoke to this earlier, in that we have in this division been going through our laws and really modernizing and taking out laws that mandate things that we're supposed to do that we simply can't do or that just don't make sense anymore. And I think last time we got rid of something like 40 paragraphs. It was great. I'm thankful for it because now I'm not being pushed to do things like look for bone and coal, for instance, right? I mean, silly things, but when the law says shall, there's a consideration there that I have to take. You'll see some things coming. I mentioned it, biostimulants. Trace First is our registration modernization program that's going across the whole department. I can't say enough about that. We've been living in the 80s relative to how we deal with paperwork. That's my opinion. This will bring things into the current so that we can start to really get a grip on what we're doing, how we're doing it. I mean, that was a question we had earlier. What are the metrics, right? Well, once we have these programs in place, it's going to be a lot easier to figure out what those metrics might be. We just had we had fertilizer requirement for signage that we've put into place. We're doing an educational program right now. We're going to every hardware store that we know of that sells fertilizer, and we're presenting them the information because all of a sudden, as January 1st, this stuff has to be done. Nobody knows it exists. It's not my intent to go out and penalize people for not doing something like that. We need to have an educational piece, and that's what we're doing. We're going to be modernizing egg rules. Apple cider just changed, horticultural growing. Again, it's all right here in the packet. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so just clarification, is the Trace First program, is that the database that that we passed last year in the budget to provide basically to be able to do on computers what people were hand entering before?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you so much for this presentation. For all you division heads and area heads, a lot of really good information for our committee. Thank you.
I'd just like to reiterate something that Director Wyman said, which is that the folks in the department are really fantastic with working with people on legislation and figuring out how to get things right. I don't know how many times I have had I've been working on a bill and I'm not quite sure how something should work in the statutes. And I go to the appropriate division head or I go to Commissioner Jasper and say, how does this work? And they give me great explanations and really put things in context so that we can make better legislation.
Yeah, thank you.
If I could, thank you for your time. And please, you have some of our cards. You certainly all have mine. Again, please come by, give me a call first. I'm usually in the office, but tomorrow I'm in Vermont. So if you have questions, call me, stop by. We are here to serve the people of New Hampshire and probably a little more directly the legislature as well. And we do look forward to working with you, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I guess you guys maybe take a 2-minute break, and then our Department of DES will be coming in and giving us a presentation too. Thank you for your patience, DES. We'll be underway shortly, just taking a short break. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure, just. Mhm. Thank you for doing that. Oh, no worries.
For your food, that's why they're sold in packages that are meant to be consumed from one city.
Okay.
Because the danger is growing. Yeah. But then the free payers will come in.
Thank you so very much.
That is some interesting stuff. And also our homestead.
For Seth to come back. And Peter.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
What point do you say? No, you really.
You ask her. K-I-R-N. There it is. Okay. Yeah, we're still waiting for 2 people, and then we'll get started. Thank you for your patience.
air passage. It was really fascinating debate. So many people from all sides. We spent. I think that's the longest hearing meeting. It's really fascinating. The animal cruelty, understanding the animal cruelty ones. That's fun. Yeah. Like good.
Waiting on,
He's
Peter,
outside.
yeah. All right, yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm sorry that we're running late. I appreciate your time, and I introduce you, Director Wimsatt. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division. And I'm joined here by our Assistant Director, Sarah Juhas Kern. And Sarah and I are going to be sharing the presentation role today. But I have with me our whole team of 5 Bureau administrators who will introduce in turn as we talk about each of the bureaus and their work. And also want to acknowledge and introduce Amy Smagula from our Water Division, who is the invasive species expert at DES. And at the request of the chair, we've asked Amy to come along, and following our presentation, she's going to have a brief presentation on aquatic invasive species that she'll share with you. So we appreciate Amy being here. We're always happy to work with our Water Division. So we appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. We recognize there's a lot we do, and you've heard a lot probably already today, and there's a lot we could share. So we've given you a presentation that's pretty thorough. It gives you several slides dedicated to each bureau, but we're not going to talk to each one of those components of those slides. We're going to go a little more high flying, so we're going to shoot for probably Sarah and I completing our presentation in about 30 minutes. And then I think Amy might have 5 or 10 minutes she'd like to present to you on invasive species. And then, of course, at your pleasure, we'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Great, thank you so much.
So with that, the first slide, our senior management team, I think many of you know, but perhaps not all of you. Our commissioner is Bob Scott. Our assistant commissioner is Adam Crapo. And then Susan Carlson is our chief operations officer. And then I serve as director of the Waste Division. Craig Wright is director of our Air Resources Division. And Rainey Pelletier is our Water Division director. Next slide. So then our division is essentially comprised of 5 bureaus. And this graphic here gives you an idea of the overarching sort of categories of responsibilities that each bureau covers. And we're going to be talking about those in some detail as we talk about the individual bureaus. And so, but if we stay high level for just a moment about the whole sort of division's goals and responsibilities, our primary responsibility is really about protection of public health and the environment. That's in virtually all the statutory provisions that apply to our division. And we do that through a combination of really trying to avoid and prevent releases of contaminants and materials that can harm human health and the environment. And that includes, we accomplish that specifically for petroleum products, hazardous waste, and solid waste. And we try to do that through public outreach, through technical assistance, and training of the regulated community. And you'll hear today about a number of formalized training programs that we provide for some of our regulated parties. And we also, when we aren't so successful in preventing those releases, we have a response program and then a remediation programs that help to address the impacts of any releases of contaminants. So we do provide 24/7, 365 day per year response capability for response to oil and hazardous materials incidents. That same group of responders also routinely responds to citizen complaint and investigates citizen complaints. They also engage in response preparedness planning, both inland on the inland waters with respect to potential oil spills as well as on the seacoast region. And then we do put a lot of work into contaminated site investigation and remediation and mitigation of contaminated drinking water. And you hear about some examples of those as we talk about each of the bureaus. So with that, I want to turn it over to Sarah to talk about our first bureau, which is the Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau.
Thank you. The Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau is a team of hydrogeologists, engineers, and environmental scientists that is headed up by their administrator, Bob Bishop, and Bob is here today. And the purpose of this bureau is to deal with the problem of pollution from petroleum releases. And we'll get into a little bit of how they do that, but what it boils down to is making sure that petroleum that is stored in the state stays where it belongs, that it stays in the tank systems that it's in, making sure if a spill happens that it gets cleaned up quickly and effectively. For petroleum contamination that is lingering in the environment, making sure that the appropriate technologies are applied to get it cleaned up and that it is monitored and the health risks, potential health risks associated with it are mitigated. And then providing assistance for funding for the cleanups of these releases, which can be costly. The first section that we will talk about is the oil compliance section. And as you can see on this slide, between the underground storage tanks and above ground storage tanks storing petroleum in the state, at any given time, there's about 200 million gallons of petroleum being stored. So what the oil compliance section does is it works to eliminate the possibility of spills by carefully permitting engineered storage systems, by educating the folks who operate those storage systems to make sure that they're maintained properly so that releases don't occur, and by conducting regular inspections so that we can identify conditions that might allow a release. Our oil compliance section is authorized to regulate petroleum and hazardous substance storage in underground storage tanks, petroleum storage in above ground storage tanks. But in both those cases, an exception is residential heating oil, like what you may have at your house, is not regulated under this program. The oil compliance section reviews for underground storage tanks about 50 designs per year to see if they're compliant with the rules for storage tank systems. And they inspect after the approval of a plan and design to be sure that the system is constructed in accordance with the design. Now, these designs can be either for new facilities or for existing facilities that are being modified. And they also conduct inspections of underground storage facilities once every 3 years for each facility. For above ground storage tanks, we see about 25 designs per year that we review, both for new and modified systems. And historically, the above ground storage tank systems were inspected when there was a problem that we thought might be there, or when there was a complaint. What we're working to do now is to develop a program where those above ground storage systems are inspected on a regular basis, as well as the underground storage systems. When the oil doesn't stay where it should, that's when we get into spill response. In our Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau, we call it ORCB, we have the Spill Response and Complaint Investigation section. Like Director Wimsatt mentioned, this group is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, during all holidays, to respond to releases of petroleum and other hazardous substances that occur. And these folks have extensive training so that they're able to manage hazardous material emergencies in the most protective and effective way to protect human health and environmental resources. They respond to approximately 300 spills per year in the state, and about 90% of those spills involve petroleum. I say involve petroleum because it might be petroleum as well as another hazardous substance. You saw in a previous slide that there's approximately 156 million gallons of oil stored in above ground storage tanks in the state. And most of that storage is on the coast of New Hampshire, right there near Great Bay. So our spill response folks have created extensive plans for protecting the resources like in Great Bay if there is a large scale oil spill. And they also conduct regular drills of those plans to respond to large-scale oil spills on the coast. Another duty of this section is that they investigate complaints of mismanagement of petroleum, hazardous materials, and solid waste throughout the state. So we keep those folks busy. Another section of ORCB is the petroleum remediation section. This group focuses on mitigating the long-term impacts of petroleum releases. Many of the sites that are being cleaned up or monitored by the petroleum remediation section have been around a long time. Many of the releases occurred before the regulations for storage of oil that oil compliance oversees were as robust as they are now. And the goal of the petroleum remediation section, where there's contamination, is to return groundwater quality to meet drinking water standards and to mitigate the potential impacts to human health from petroleum contamination in the groundwater, to protect people, to mitigate petroleum contaminated drinking water supplies, and to mitigate indoor air problems when a petroleum spill occurs close to a building and it impacts the indoor air. And the last section in ORCB that I'd like to talk about is the fund management section. As you can imagine, the cost of these cleanups that we're discussing can be very high, so high that even companies with resources have a hard time getting the cleanups done in a timely fashion unless they have some assistance. The Oil Discharge and Disposal Cleanup Fund was set up by RSA 146D, and that reimburses for costs to clean up petroleum contamination at eligible sites. In addition to assisting with the economic impacts associated with petroleum contamination, this fund satisfies a federal requirement that facilities like gas stations need to have financial assurance. Many of these facilities would find it hard to find high enough insurance coverage or too expensive to obtain that insurance coverage. And this fund serves to fulfill that federal requirement. The fund management section administers the oil discharge and disposal fund on behalf of the Oil Discharge and Disposal Fund Disbursement Board. And that board consists of folks who are appointed by the governor. The board approves the use of the fund for cleanup purposes, for oil and spill response purposes, including it has authorized what we call the Safe Tank program, which is a program that assists low-income homeowners in New Hampshire with replacing their home heating oil tanks that are failing or about ready to fail. And in that way, the fund helps prevent many releases of heating oil that would otherwise happen each year. That concludes the discussion of the Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau. And next, I'd like to talk about the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau, which has some similarities to the Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau. But this group focuses on overseeing investigation and cleanup of regulated contaminants that are not related to petroleum. And it's a group of hydrogeologists and engineers that are headed up by Jeff Martz, the Bureau Administrator, who's right here. Thanks, Jeff. The Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau is divided into two sections, the state sites section and the federally led sites section. We'll talk about state sites first. That group is further divided into the Emerging Contaminants Program, the Brownfields Program, and the Groundwater Remediation and Permitting Program. And collectively, these subsections are responsible for regulatory oversight of hazardous waste sites, monitoring of closed, unlined landfills, monitoring of active solid waste landfills, release detection permitting, and also for work at brownfield sites. The Brownfields program helps to revitalize underutilized, contaminated, and or abandoned properties in the state by helping to bring them back into active reuse. The folks in this program work with federal funding and help communities to investigate and clean up sites in their towns so that they can make better use of those properties. This slide here summarizes some of the work of the Brownfields program that's going on right now. Oh, the Brownfields program also administers what's called a Covenant Not to Sue program. And that's a program that incentivizes cleanups of these old sites by providing some liability protections for the folks who are taking on the projects. So we had the state sites programs, and we also have the federal sites programs. Federal sites come in two types: the Superfund sites and the Department of Defense sites. The Superfund group is part of a state and federal partnership that helps to clean up Superfund sites. Superfund sites fall into two groups. There are ones that have a potentially responsible party leading the cleanup, and there are ones where there's not a viable, potentially responsible party, and those are called fund-led sites. This slide here summarizes those sites. And then the Department of Defense sites group, it addresses a range of sites, everything from formerly used defense sites like old musket drill yards dating back to the Revolutionary War, all the way up to major, more modern, complex remediation projects like the Pease Trade Port, where contamination from PFAS from firefighting foam releases impacted two major public water supply wells. They work very closely with branches of the Department of Defense, like the Air Force and Army Corps, to investigate and remediate contamination from defense-related activities. And now we'll move on to the MTBE Remediation Bureau.
Thank you, Sarah. So the MTBE Remediation Bureau is, I guess it's coming on 10 years old now, but it's the newest of our bureaus. It was created as a result of the lawsuits that were brought regarding the impacts of MTBE on groundwater and drinking water in the state. And that bureau is headed up by Matt Taylor, who's here today. And it's staffed with engineers, hydrogeologists, and grant and loan specialists. It's really a bureau where we provide a tremendous amount of financial assistance and technical assistance to the communities. The MTBE settlement fund the MTBE case was really broken into two sections. There was settling parties. The state filed suit, I think going back to like 2003 or 4, against a number of manufacturers and distributors of gasoline. And all of those parties to the suit, except for ExxonMobil, settled. And there was about $80 million that was gained in that settlement. And that forms the MTBE Settlement Fund, which has been used over the last 10 years for providing direct work in communities where MTBE contamination has had an outsized impact on drinking water quality. We've used it to remove underground tanks that may still be posing a risk because of their age and still have MTBE gasoline in them, and also providing spill prevention at scrapyards that manage those old vehicles. And then the ExxonMobil went to trial. They were not a settling party. And the state went to trial back in 2014 and got a verdict that amounted to, after everything was all sugared off, approximately $300 million, or I think about $280 million that went to establish the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, which was created by the legislature for that purpose. And it has a broader scope than just addressing MTBE contamination. It's been used over time under the direction of a drinking water and Groundwater Trust Fund Advisory Commission to provide assistance to communities for improving drinking water systems. And we'll talk a little bit about specifics of what that's done. And then lastly, we have a PFAS response fund, which was also established by the legislature to provide loans, grants, and assistance to communities and individuals who've been impacted by PFAS contamination. So if we go to the settlement fund, important to note that around 45% of the population in the state gets their water from a private drinking water well. And so we have a very robust sampling program that we run out of the MTBE Remediation Bureau. And we've sampled over 19,000 residential wells since its inception. We do about 2,000 per year. That's turned out to be particularly helpful in the case of our PFAS efforts. We also, again, as I mentioned, do abandoned UST removals, spill prevention assistance, and provide alternate water in MTBE impacted communities. And that program has been responsible for projects that have installed more than 20 miles of new water line piping to provide safe, clean drinking water to people who have been impacted by, in communities who have been impacted by MTBE contamination. The Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, again, came from the ExxonMobil portion of the lawsuit, and that has been used to great effect since its inception to provide assistance for construction loans and grants to improve the infrastructure of public drinking water in the state in dozens of communities, provides grants for protecting source waters for public water systems. It's also we partnered with the Water Division to provide assistance for lead remediation in schools, grants for schools to cover 100% of the cost to remove their lead fixtures and outlets. And then also some grants for that public water systems might want to study whether a small public water system wants to combine with another public water system, and that might actually be more cost effective and be a better long-term plan than making specific capital improvements to their particular water system. And then we also have a private well initiative, which I mentioned, where we do sample a lot of wells for PFAS. The MTBE Remediation Bureau PFAS Response Fund essentially provides assistance for loans and grants to communities to address PFAS contamination in drinking water, and also operates a very robust PFAS rebate program where we provided over 1,400 rebates to residents totaling over $6 million to put treatment on their individual private wells to address PFAS contamination, or if they're fortunate enough to be located near a public water system, to connect to the local public water system. And that basically program provides up to $5,000 to offset the cost of putting a treatment system in your home, or up to $10,000 to offset the cost of connecting to a public water system. And then funds from that fund have also been used to support a very successful aqueous firefighting foam take-back program that we ran this past year, where we collected over 11,000 gallons of legacy firefighting foams that contain high levels of PFAS from our municipal and local fire departments. And we collected that material and trucked it off to a facility in Ohio that over the course of the next several months will be treating that to destroy the PFAS foams. So that describes in a nutshell sort of what's been going on in our MTBE Remediation Bureau. Next, I want to talk about our Solid Waste Management Bureau, and that's headed up by Leah McKenna, who's our administrator, and Leah is here today. Again, that's staffed with engineers and environmental scientists and planners, and we cover a variety of activities related to managing solid waste safely. That includes an engineering and permitting section, which reviews applications for new facility permits and modifications to those permits, and reviews reports submitted by both closed and active landfills. They provide technical assistance to applicants and permittees and enforce the terms of the permits that are issued. We have a compliance assurance section, which inspects facilities and reviews most of the non-landfill related facility reports, and they engage in compliance enforcement activities to make sure that the rules are being complied with, and also they head up our rulemaking activities. And then there's a reporting, information, and financial management section, which is responsible for the intake and processing of almost all of the documentation that comes into the Bureau. They manage our financial assurance and grants management programs for closed landfills and incinerators. And then lastly, we have a materials management and education and planning section. And that section trains and certifies over 1,600 operators working at solid waste facilities in New Hampshire. We provide outreach to municipalities looking for information about waste diversion, and they're also responsible for drafting solid waste management plans and reports that are required by statute for us to produce. They'll also be working this year on rules to create a program to carry out the food waste disposal ban that was implemented by the legislature last year. So there's a slide there that kind of describes solid waste. Suffice to say, pretty much anything that isn't a hazardous waste is a solid waste, with the exception of things like yard waste or wastewater treatment sludge, which is largely regulated under our water division. We regulate approximately 200 operating facilities. Those include transfer stations and recycling centers, and processing and treatment facilities, which could include a waste-to-energy facility or a food composting facility. We also regulate landfills that take municipal solid waste, bulky waste, ash, and construction and demolition debris. And we have about 150 auto recycling centers that we regulate. And then we have a legacy of about 300 primarily unlined, inactive, closed landfills that were largely owned by municipalities that were owned and operated during the early part of the 1900s all the way through to about the early 1980s, before we moved primarily to lined facilities for management of waste. So we have 9 operating landfills currently, and 3 of them are specific to certain waste types and 6 are for MSW facilities. The specific waste types include the Epping Bulky Waste Facility, the Cornhill Road Facility in Bosquen, which takes C&D debris, and the Merrimack Coal Ash Landfill at the power station. So we administer this program through a series of permits. So any of these facilities requires a permit. So that is the primary function of our engineering and permitting section. So with that, I want to go to our last bureau that we're going to talk about, and that's our Hazardous Waste Management Bureau, and that's headed up by Todd Piskovitz, who's also here with us today. And that is staffed with chemists, environmental scientists, and engineers who are responsible for implementing the federal Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, or what we call RCRA for short. And that was the law that was passed in 1980 to establish, 1976, to establish a cradle-to-grave management system for managing hazardous waste in the state. And we provide, we've been authorized to implement that for many years, and we do a lot of work to maintain that authorization. That authorization means that once you have an authorized program that's been approved by EPA in the RCRA program, the state rules become the law of the land and the federal rules cease to exist. So it's very important that we maintain that authorization and maintain a robust program, because the state law is the law of the land in New Hampshire when it comes to management of hazardous waste. The Bureau is responsible for implementing the program, and the state receives a grant funds that help to support that work. It consists of various sections that oversee compliance, technical support, managing and tracking of data, and technical support to the regulated community. So we'll talk a little bit about each one of those sections. So our authorization section, as I said, it's very important that we maintain our authorization. And we really kind of work full time on that, because the federal government is constantly amending and changing those rules, and we need to pay attention to that and adopt those changes as they become effective at the federal level. So that's really a constant work product that we have to keep working on, and we're always working on rulemaking and maintaining our authorization under the program. The Hazardous Waste Bureau also has a technical assistance section, and that includes some very important work that involves training and self-certification. So for generators of waste of more than 220 pounds per month, what we would call a full quantity generator, they're required to have on staff a trained, certified hazardous waste coordinator that has gone through a training and certification program that's administered by the department. And so we spend we have staff that are dedicated to providing that training on an ongoing basis. They have a basic training and then a variety of more advanced modules to help keep those folks really trained at an expert level to safely manage hazardous waste at their companies. And then we have a small quantity generator compliance certification program. There are far more small quantity generators than large quantity generators. It would be very difficult for us to train all of those people or to inspect them with any great regularity. So what we developed a number of years ago was a certification program where they basically are required to do a self-audit every 3 years, self-certify their compliance, and report that to the agency. We review those reports, and then if there's anything that raises a flag, we use that to identify where we might go and conduct focused and targeted inspections. And that's proved to really significantly improve the compliance of our small quantity generators. And I would note, I began my career working in that bureau. And one of the things that became very evident to me quickly is that, in fact, many of the hazardous waste sites that created significant groundwater problems and posed significant risk to communities were actually created by small quantity generators who had mismanaged their waste. You might think it would be the larger generators that would predominantly cause those problems, and they certainly did their share. But in many cases, those facilities are better staffed and better resourced, and they were able to manage their waste safely. And in many cases, the small quantity generators were smaller businesses that didn't really have a lot of resources to put to it, weren't always all that well educated about how to manage waste properly. And so this small quantity generator self-certification program has really helped them to get very cost effectively and efficiently to understand what it is they need to do to manage their waste safely. And it's really made huge improvements in prevention of waste sites. We also have a technical assistance section which provides household hazardous waste grants to municipalities to collect household waste, and also a pollution prevention program which provides free confidential technical assistance and compliance assistance to any companies who ask for it, and helps them reduce their waste and use less toxic products. And then we have a permitting section. We do have a number of facilities that we don't have any permitted treatment, storage, or disposal facilities that operate commercially in the state. All the waste that's generated here that has to go to a licensed facility is actually shipped out of state. But we do have a number of manufacturing facilities that may generate hazardous wastewaters that are subject to regulation. And in many cases, they treat those wastewaters on site to render them non-hazardous and appropriate for disposal in the local sewage systems. And we permit those with limited permits to make sure that those treatment systems are being operated correctly and safely. And then the compliance section is where we really kind of, the rubber meets the road to make sure that folks are complying. We have an inspection program that inspects facilities. We in FY 2023 plan was, we inspected 16 large quantity generators and 16 others. And then also, to the extent we get citizen complaints, that may spawn an additional inspection at another facility. And then we have an enforcement program that ensures fair and consistent application of those rules, and a used oil program that focuses specifically on how used oils are managed in the state. And the facts are that we have about 10.5 million pounds of waste generated in the state, and over almost 2,200 regulated facilities. And about almost 300 of those are those larger quantity facilities that I mentioned, but 1,900 of them are those small quantity generators that are subject to self-certification. And with that, we've taken a whirlwind tour of our division. And I don't know how you want it. We could take questions now, or I could turn it over to Amy to present on the invasive species, and then we could come back and field questions for as long as you'd like.
Let's have Amy come up, and then afterwards we'll have have questions for the entire department.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Amy Smagula, and I'm a chief aquatic biologist at the Department of Environmental Services. I also direct our Limnology Center, which is where we look at lakes, ponds, rivers in the state. So we're going to take a quick dive into water for a few minutes while I update you on the invasive species program. So We focus mostly on aquatic invasive plants at the Department of Environmental Services, but we also do work with aquatic invasive animals because they are out there. And I just wanted to give you an introduction and overview of the issue and sort of a state of the state for what we're seeing across New Hampshire today and how we as an agency and as a state have been dealing with aquatic invasive species for the last number of years. I'm very familiar with the program. I coordinated it for 26 years before switching into my current position. So I've seen a lot of different issues that have arisen across the state. And the definition for an invasive species federally dates back to 1999, and it includes a species that's not native to a particular area, so it doesn't really belong here. And the real concern is that these things come into our state, our lakes, our rivers, and they cause economic and environmental harm and harm to human health. And those are the reasons why we are concerned about those. They have a lot of characteristics that cause them to spread quickly, jump between water bodies, and they lack natural predators. And they have a lot of impacts on our natural resources. They can threaten native species, including rare, threatened, and endangered species that we have in our state. They are the second leading cause of loss of biodiversity in our environment. They can change water chemistry and water quality. They can make our water warmer by holding heat and affecting our fisheries and overall health of our systems. They certainly hinder recreation in our state and impact swimming and boating, and fishing is also impacted. Even though people go after the weed beds when they're fishing, a little too much is not often good. Also, a lot of these management issues lead to millions of dollars of management costs in New Hampshire. And economic studies out of the University of New Hampshire have shown that aquatic invasive species can reduce property values on lakes and rivers by as much as 10 to 16%. So that can be a significant impact. As for the state of the state, we have about 1,000 lakes and ponds and about 16,000 miles of rivers and 11,000 miles of rivers and streams across the state. And this map shows you the distribution of aquatic invasive species growth. And I, for some reason, did not forget the top half of this map. There are just no invasives that we've documented in the northern part of our state. Most of them are isolated to the southern half. And that is mostly aquatic invasive plants that you're seeing there. 97 of those water bodies that I mentioned the count of are infested. 11 river systems and 86 lakes and ponds. In fact, most of you represent a district or are near a district that have some type of invasive species growth. So it is definitely far-reaching. And we have a total of 133 infestations. What that means is some water bodies have more than one thing. The Nashua River in Nashua has 6 different invasive species. So doesn't the Connecticut River in multiple parts. Many of our lakes have a few different things, including our state's largest lake, Lake Winnipesaukee, with 3 different invasive species. So it is a very felt problem across the state. And I just wanted to, because photos show a lot. This was water chestnut on the Nashua River. This was about an 8-acre patch. We've since remediated it, so it doesn't look like this anymore, but this was pretty devastating to the Nashua River. This is the Pemigewasset River in Bristol, and that is all variable milfoil choking a stretch of the river system near the boat launch. That is Lee's Pond in Moultonborough with variable milfoil. That's fanwort from Robinson Pond in Hudson with dense growth. And this is a new invasive species that we have up in Lake Winnipesaukee that I documented in 2020. It is the only public water body across the country that has this plant. And we had to do a lot of research to figure it out. And it is spreading widely in Lake Winnipesaukee at this point. And of course, that's posing a threat to Opeechee, Winnisquam, the Winnipesaukee River, the Pemi, the Merrimack River, all the way through the system. So you can see how flow through is significant. It moves with water. And then, of course, we have animals. New Hampshire has several aquatic invasive animals that we watch. These actually fall under the jurisdiction of the Fish and Game Department, but we keep eyes on them because we are out on these water bodies looking for them. The top left spiny water flea was recently documented in Lake Winnipesaukee 2 years ago, and we've already seen some significant changes to the health of Winnie because of that organism in the lake. And a couple of the others, the Chinese mystery snail and Asian clam, we do have in New Hampshire. The zebra mussel, we don't yet. The Asian clam is in several water bodies from Bow south through the southern border. And then Chinese mystery snail is in dozens of water bodies, causing impacts to food webs and aesthetics mainly. So what we do, and this is sort of a continuum or a progression, I guess, more, we try our best to prevent new infestations as much as possible. And this is most cost effective. We do a lot of outreach and education, signage. We have laws and rules that prohibit the sale, transport, introduction of aquatic invasive species so that we can prevent them from coming to New Hampshire and spreading within New Hampshire when they get here. We also focus a lot on early detection. We have volunteer networks that do monitoring. We also have biologists that go out and do surveys. And we try to find species early before they spread quickly so that we can manage them effectively and hope for eradication. Rapid response is something that we do when we find something. It's that quick response to get out there and remove it as quickly as possible. And then if we don't get ahead of it or an infestation is advanced before we get to it, long-term management is where we are. And that is a zone that we often don't get out of or we can never get out of. And that's where the bulk of the money comes from for millions of dollars a year of management. So that is the progression that we typically see. We do have funding that provides support to municipalities and associations across the state. We will pay for 100% of a new infestation in a water body with state funding. We are funded from boat registration fees, a $9.50 fee per boat registration. That gives us about $850,000 a year to work with for our budget. And you can probably do the math and figure out that if we have $1 million of costs, that money does not just come from us. We have to have match programs with other entities, and municipalities and other groups provide that match to do the implementation work. So a lot of them do warrant articles and capital allocations and line item budgeting to help support those costs. So it is a big problem statewide, and that is something that we continue to work on. So that is the overview of aquatic invasives, and I'm happy to answer questions with my colleagues or on this specifically.
Thank you so very much. Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation. Is it possible for you to send that presentation to the committee?
Of course, I'll email it to the group. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You're next. Yep. Huh? Yeah, sure. Questions for Amy or for solid waste?
Great. Thank you very much for sharing about the appears like quite a robust program on household hazardous waste that we have in New Hampshire, which is great. My question is, how are we doing in New Hampshire on the other side of the solid waste issue, which is reduction, recycling, reuse, rather than just burial in landfills or incineration? How's that? How do we compare with our neighboring states, and any suggestions what we might be doing in the future?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, yeah, we reduction, it's baked into the statute that reduction of waste and avoiding generating in the first place, and then things like composting and recycling are preferred methods of managing waste. And we are working hard to do that. For many years, our bureau was under-resourced in terms of not really having the staff to help advance those kinds of programs. In recent years, we've begun to get staffed up again, and that's been really helpful. We've also had great support and guidance from the legislature and from the Solid Waste Working Group, which meets monthly to provide guidance to us and talk about advancing different initiatives to try to reduce waste. A few years ago, there was a bill passed to change the statutory language regarding setting waste disposal reduction goals for the state, and we're working hard to address those. We have a number of programs now where we're trying to educate right at the grassroots level, making sure we educate the public about how and where they can recycle things. We provided a lot of new information on our website to help educate the public about how to reduce waste and how to recycle waste that they might generate. We also are getting more in a position now with some limited staffing at least to help provide more technical assistance to communities and to towns and the training, because really the way that waste gets managed in New Hampshire and the way that people learn about what they can do to limit the waste is really kind of a very municipal thing. Most people that live in New Hampshire, if they don't have curbside pickup, or even if they do, they also have a transfer station in their town, which is a hub in the town where they can go and you have the opportunity to recycle various materials and handle materials in ways that don't necessarily include just ultimate landfill disposal. So we're making progress there. I think if I was asked to compare to other states, we're probably a little behind because many of those other states have put a lot of resources and have passed laws to help advance some of those restrictive, programs that help limit the amount of waste that's disposed of in landfills. For example, both Vermont and Massachusetts have had organics waste bans that started 10 years ago and then have advanced to a point where in Vermont, virtually all organic waste is prohibited from being disposed of in a landfill. We're kind of at the baby steps now. We have that first bill, which is very similar to what Vermont passed many years ago, which says if you generate greater than 100 tons of waste, excuse me, if you could generate greater than 1 ton of waste per week, you need to make sure that you're not allowed to landfill that waste if you're located near a facility that can manage it in another way. So we're going to be implementing that. We're going to be writing rules for that. We're doing a waste characterization study across all types of waste right now, but also specifically looking to do a study to understand what the organics waste sources are in our state and how those might be managed so that we can implement that waste ban in a way that will really help our communities to start reducing the amount of organics waste that they send to a landfill. That's a lot, but I guess I
thank
hope
you
that's
very much.
helpful.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. And I'd like to have Ms. Smagula give us her title. What's your title?
Chief Aquatic Biologist.
Chief Aquatic Biologist. Thank you. Okay. Question, Representative Potenza.
Just one thing was the presentation. You're going to be able to send that out. That was my first one. And then my second one is the Department of Agriculture had, right in like their second slide, had put some information on the budget, and they had outlined all of their different employees and stuff like that. Is that something that New Hampshire DES could provide to the committee? I think it's very helpful.
Sure, you're talking about an org chart that shows the number of positions and that sort of thing.
Positions and exactly, and what the budget was for 2025 from general fund, other, they have it all kind of, that
Sure,
would be really
yeah,
helpful
and
for us.
as you can imagine, we're in a budget year, so we're preparing all that material, and I'll look at what would be the most helpful, and we'll try to send something along to the committee.
That'd be great.
Yeah, they had broken it down by the fiscal year 2025 authorized, how much they were authorized, how much was coming from the general fund, how much money they were getting from other sources, how much money they were getting from the federal government, and the total unrestricted revenues.
Follow up.
Yeah,
Sure, I'm sure we
What-
can provide that.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I just had a follow
Oh,
up.
sure. Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, so when they had done that, I had asked for them to give like a comparison. So they gave us 25, and just to see, okay, well, where were we, 4 or 5 years ago compared to now? So they were going to be able to provide us that information. It would be great to have that perspective. My other piece of that is if it's broken out specifically, besides DHHS, DES received the greatest number of ARPA funds. Actually, pretty much New Hampshire got more, DES New Hampshire got more than any other environmental service agency in the country. So I'd like that spelled out too, how much you guys got. Just in staff alone, you guys got over $6 million. So I'd just like to see where all those things are kind of at.
Sure, we've been doing a tremendous amount of work with ARPA funds, providing assistance to communities across the state, and that information is being compiled, and I'm sure I can provide something that will help illustrate that to the committee.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, so getting back to the organic waste ban, So that is coming online in the next month, I believe. And I was wondering, where do we stand in terms of facilities that are able to take that waste and deal with it?
Sure. Well, and it took us some time to get the position that was created, hired and on board, and they're working hard, and they've been focusing on getting requests for proposals out for the organics waste study that we'll be conducting, and then also their priority will be getting rules going. So I think there was an article recently in which she was, Jenny Mitchell is her name, by the way, and she was interviewed, and it was a good article that sort of explained that our initial approach to this is going to be to really understand what the lay of the land is, what we've got for generators out there, what we have for existing facilities or facilities that are looking to size up and provide more capacity. It's really going to be educational in the beginning because we need to get the regulated community, the folks who are going to be subject to this, understanding what the rules are going to require and where they can go to manage their waste in an alternative fashion. So there's going to be, it's not like we're going to be out there doing inspections next month to see who's complying. We're really trying to get a program stood up and get people educated as to how it's going to work. But we're dedicated to getting that done.
Thank you. Representative Scully is next. And then we'll have,
Thank you, Madam Chair. and Thank
Representative
you for
Wheeler.
coming today to speak with us.
Pleasure.
What is the relationship between solid waste and the DES? Because listening to you, it sounds like you're actually doing the majority of the cleanups in New Hampshire. Is that true, or how is that distributed between the two departments?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, DES is the agency that is tasked by the legislature in RSA 149M, which is the Solid Waste Management Act, to regulate and administer a permit system for proper management of solid waste in the state. Are you asking compared to another agency, or I'm sorry, I'm just not sure I
Okay,
understand.
forgive me for being
Oh, sorry.
unclear. But it did sound like, I mean, you have the oil remediation fund, you have the MTB fund, hazardous waste. It sounded like you were administering all the cleanups of those sites.
Right.
So it seemed like all of that work was being done through the solid waste department.
No, actually, so the Waste Management Division is bigger than just solid waste. The 5 bureaus that we described here today we have a very large scope of work, if you will. We have under separate laws, RSA 147A establishes the hazardous waste requirements. We're tasked with the Waste Division is tasked with administering that. 146 RSA 146C and D establish the rules in the law that covers management of oil. We're tasked with that as well in the division. And so while solid waste is a very important part of what we do, it's not the only thing that we do. I'm not sure I got to your answer.
Well, it just seemed, from my experience, I had done some hazardous waste site investigations and cleanups. What your funding mechanisms to pay for covered almost everything that I used to deal with and do. So it just seemed
Right.
like it was more in your purview than it was over at DES.
Do you think I'm missing his question?
A lot of what I was going to share is that much of the work that gets done regarding hazardous waste sites and oil sites is done by environmental consultants or private contractor scientists of some sort, and we oversee their work in one fashion or another, most often by them submitting reports to us and us checking to make sure that what they've done meets the requirements. Does that help?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Sure. One more question, Representative Wheeler, because we're running a little late. And after your question is answered, I want to take a couple-minute break, and then we can have our Food Safety Division folks come and talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Aaron. This should be pretty easy. I just have questions about the Groundwater Trust Fund Advisory Board. Who appoints to that board? Is it the governor, the speaker, the Senate president?
Right. So that is actually, I think, a 21-member commission, and it is largely appointed by the governor. There are some positions that stem from the position. So there's always a designee from the DES. There's a designee from Business and Economic Affairs, and then there are some legislative designees, and then many of the other, I believe most of the other positions are then they may cover certain areas or sectors of the economy, if you will, people who are, members of the wastewater treatment community or the drinking water treatment community. But I think most of those are nominated by the governor. Yes.
Quick follow-up,
Quick follow-up.
just so I have my notes fully complete here.
Sure.
Now, you said a certain percentage of the state gets their water from mill, and you knew from wells, and you knew that off the top of your head. What is the percentage of?
I think the number we're working with right now is that about 45% of the state's population gets its drinking water from a private
well.
individual drinking water well,
Thank
as
you.
opposed to being connected to either a community water system or a large municipal public water system.
Thank you, Director Whitson.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to, is it a quick question? Okay, quick, I'll allow one more. That's it.
It's more of a asking for information. So it goes back to the MTB Remediation Bureau piece. One of the questions he just answered in regards with that, anybody on that commission, are they paid?
The Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund Commission? No, I don't, there's no, I believe they might get reimbursed for mileage if they seek it, but I don't believe there's
it's
no
all-
salaries or stipends or anything associated with that. Those are volunteer positions.
So I used to go to the website all the time where it had everything outlined. Is that still there where it shows how much is left in the trust, how the trust has been dispersed?
We still do have, yes, we absolutely maintain a website for that, and it should be up to date.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, and all of you for presenting and being here to answer questions, and we appreciate your time. I want to take maybe
welcome.
like
Thank
2
you.
or 3 minute break, and then we can have our Food Safety Division folks speak to us. Thank you so much.
I took a look through the bills, and it looks like there were only 4 early.
Oh, okay.
So
Committee members, please take your seats. I'm going to get started with our presentation from Department of Health and Human Services, Food Protection Agency. Thank you so much for joining us, ladies.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourselves.
My name, thank you, Representative Aaron and committee members for having us. Right into it, okay. Bear with me, I am new to all this. My name's Erica Davis. I am the section administrator for the food protection section within public health at DHHS. And with me today is Colleen Smith, who many of you are probably very familiar with, who was the previous section administrator. So she is here to kind of help me through this first process. So again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today about food protection. As I go through this presentation, please feel free to stop me and ask questions as we go. Obviously, we will also take any questions you might have at the end.
Okay. And so you're new to the department?
I am new to this role.
Oh, okay.
So I have been with food protection for about 8 years. I started as an inspector, and then I supervised the retail food program for just about 7 years. And when Colleen moved over to Bureau of Infectious Disease Control, I replaced her as a section administrator. So,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Relax. We don't bite.
You can tell my nerves are
Take a
bubbling
deep
up
breath.
little bit.
We're good.
So I'll start with Food Protection's mission. And our mission at Food Protection is to protect the safety and security of New Hampshire's food supply, prevent foodborne illness and injury through inspection, enforcement, education by qualified staff in collaboration with the food industry. And I'll just take a minute here to state that it really is a partnership between our department and the industry to maintain food safety. We have always taken the stance that we want to educate the industry before we regulate, even though we are a regulatory authority. So within food protection, we have 4 sub-programs. We have the dairy sanitation program. We have the shellfish sanitation program, beverage and bottled water, and the retail food program. The retail food program is by far the largest program within our section. We regulate roughly 4,900 facilities. We license and inspect. These establishments include grocery stores, schools, restaurants, mobile units, bed and breakfast, bakeries, bars, lounge, food manufacturers, and of course, our non-exempt homesteads. So these facilities, to get a license with us, they are required to have 2 inspections. They'll have a pre-operational inspection, and then within 90 days, they'll have a final inspection when they're open and operating. And sorry, I just want to go back. We have about 9.5 full-time equivalents that do the work in the retail food program. So I added a slide in here for homestead food operations just to give a quick overview because I know that this committee hears many bills for homestead food operators. So we have 2 types of homestead food operations. We have the non-exempt, the licensed and inspected, that are licensed and inspected by DHHS. And we have the exempt, which are not licensed or inspected by our program. These exempt homestead operations are limited to where they can sell their products to their own home, farmstead, farmers markets, and retail stores. And the food products that are allowed to be sold by homestead food operators are foods that do not require refrigeration for safety or non-TCS food products, non-potentially hazardous also. These include baked goods, including breads, muffins, cookies, brownies. We have candies. They can do lollipops, chocolate, fudge, packaged dry products such as granola, spices, soup mixes, jams or jellies, acidified foods, including barbecue sauces, mustards, or vinegars. And then as of last session, they are now allowed to do acidified foods in their home, including things like salsas and pickles. These homestead food operators have minimal physical facilities requirements. So they are using their residential kitchen. So a little bit about our inspections. We have adopted the 2017 Federal Food Code by reference in our rule. And our inspectors license and inspect to this food code. Our inspectors may have as many as 600 to 700 facilities in their districts. They are based out of their home, so their district is generally focused around their home base. They may travel up to an hour and 15 minutes from their home within their district. Our facilities are inspected either every 12 months, from 12 months to 3 years, depending on their risk. And this is just a map. The colors show the different districts of our inspectors. And then the towns in white are the self-inspecting jurisdictions who are responsible for their own licensing and inspection of their food facilities. So food protection does not regulate specific events and establishments. Food establishments that are, as I mentioned, located in self-inspecting jurisdictions, we do not license or inspect. We have temporary food establishments. These are associated with fairs or festivals that are operating less than, that are a fixed location operating less than 2 weeks. We have occasional food service establishments and events, and these are generally anyone operating 4 days within a 30-day period. Less than 4 days in a 30-day period, we do not license or inspect. Food pantries and soup kitchens, and then childcare centers, youth camps, and nursing homes are licensed and inspected by other state agencies. So there are some food products that we also do not regulate, and these are eggs, maple syrup, honey, produce, and pet foods, and those are all covered by the Department of Agriculture. The only time that we are involved with products like this is if they're adding to them. So if they're making honey with, they're making a product with these products. Or they're taking whole produce and producing salads, then they would fall into our regulation. Otherwise, these are regulated by the Department of Agriculture. The next program I'll talk about is our smallest program. It's our beverage and bottled water program. We have a wide range of producers, even though it's very small in this program. So we have plants as big as the Coca-Cola plant in Londonderry, and we've had producers as small as a high school student making a case of soda a week to sell at a farmer's market. So this is a small program, but has a wide range of facilities that we regulate. And we have about 23 of these facilities licensed that manufacture in-state, and then we also register out-of-state manufacturers. So any bottled water or beverage coming into the state, they register with New Hampshire, and we have about 255 registrants currently. The next program is our dairy sanitation program, and this program is an FDA cooperative program. So any milk that is crossing state lines needs to be inspected at a specific frequency. This FDA cooperative program also requires the FDA to audit our program to make sure that we're following the regulations of the FDA. Currently, we have about 77 farms. That includes goats, cows, and sheep. And we have about 49 processing plants. These dairy inspections are carried out by 2.75 full-time equivalents. And these inspectors inspect the farms, the milk plants, the milk haulers, milk samplers, and pasteurizers. So they do equipment tests at these facilities. They also collect samples. And last year, we collected over 1,200 dairy samples and water samples that made their way through the public health lab. The last program I'm going to talk about is our shellfish program. So this is also an FDA cooperative program, and this regulates molluscan shellfish. This includes oysters, mussels, and clams. So any of these products that are going across state line are required to be part of the FDA cooperative program. And we work cooperatively with Fish and Game and DES for these licensed firms to ship across state lines. We currently have 30 firms certified by Food Protection. And we have a program specialist and a part-time inspector to cover this program. So some of the other responsibilities that Food Protection has include food emergencies. So these can include anything from power outages, floods, fires, foodborne illness outbreaks, and or radiological or nuclear events. So we can assist these facilities during these disasters, and with the goal always being that we're maintaining the safety and security of the food supply during these emergent events. We have foodborne illness outbreaks we're also responsible for. We work very closely when there is a suspected or confirmed outbreak with the public health lab and with our food epidemiologists who are with the Bureau of Infectious Disease Control. We want to make sure that if there is any ongoing risk to public health, that we've mitigated that once we have a suspected or confirmed outbreak. We also have a food defense specialist who works in our office who takes consumer complaints. So these can come in the form of email or phone call and can be of sanitation issues, can be illness complaints, contamination complaints. She logs those complaints and we follow up on each of these complaints. And she's also responsible for disseminating information regarding recalls from USDA or FDA. And my last slide is just a screenshot of our website. Since the redesign a couple of years ago, we've really put some work and effort into getting resources in a way that's easy for the public to get to. So we have put a lot of work into putting resources, videos, licensing information, and links to our rules and regulations onto the website. And so this is my contact information. Again, we're happy to be a resource to this committee, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
If have them.
Thank you very much. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be about the events of an emergency and where I could find the information by which I could learn more about what the department would do in terms of keeping the supply chains together in the event that there was some kind of emergency that made supply chains stop.
So we do have a resource on the website. We have a emergency action plan booklet that we have on the website, and we also disseminate to our facilities. And that outlines how we would deal with each of these situations.
Thank you.
Representative Barber.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the great information you provided. I'm curious, in the food establishments not under the jurisdiction of the food protection, who oversees those? I see here that you mentioned that occasional food service establishments and events are not under there, as well as food pantries, soup kitchens, nursing homes.
So the occasional food service, the temporary food service, and the occasional the food service event, they fall under the exemption in the statute. So they, as long as they meet the parameters in the statute, they're exempt from licensing or inspection. The childcare centers, youth camps, and nursing homes are regulated by other sections.
I'd ask that you speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because we can't all hear.
They're regulated by other departments within DHHS.
Follow up.
So, if they are exempt and they're meeting a parameter, who establishes the parameters, and are those available online?
Yeah, they're in the statute under the exemptions.
Okay, Representative Comtois and then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the committee. Under the dairy sanitation program, are you now testing for H5N1 in that? And are you working with the Department of Agriculture and the state veterinarian with that?
Yes, we are. Sure, go ahead.
So I'm sure you heard in the media that there is a new USDA mandate for states to start state level testing. So right now, the state that we're at as a state agency, and yes, we're communicating almost daily with the Department of Agriculture around this planning, as they are the primary liaison with the USDA. So we have submitted a proposal, but we haven't started that testing. It will hopefully after granting USDA approval, we're hoping to start by the beginning of February with that program.
Follow up.
Thank you for that information. Quick follow up on that. Is there going to be a way for the farms themselves to be able to test? Or is that just going to be the state through a state or a vet?
So as I understand it, a farm can work with, any farm right now could work with the Department of Agriculture to have their milk tested. I don't know about the availability of private labs at this point in time for a farm to work independently of the Department of Agriculture. But right now, any farm that wanted their milk tested as a part of a voluntary surveillance program can work with the Department of Agriculture, Dr. Crawford's office, to have their milk tested.
Thank you.
And Representative Howard, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The areas that are self-inspected, are they sufficiently manned and skilled to do that, or there's no gaps in the safety coverage, right?
No, as far as I know of, they are all staffed and have the knowledge and skill to perform the necessary tasks to keep the food chain safe.
I have a question about the New Hampshire Beverage and Bottled Water Program, AGP 2100. That's the rules. You have rules in place for that. Are those rules based in some RSA somewhere? Do you know what RSA that goes back to?
The 143 and 143A.
Okay. And so, okay, that's all I had a question on. Any other questions? So yeah, for one other question for me also regarding food emergencies and food protection roles for power outages, floods, fires. Do you have rules that correspond to how you deal with those, or, I mean, in DES, DHHS rules, or is it just some protocols that you follow?
Yeah, sure.
So within HEP 2300 are the administrative rules. There is requirements for food establishments for reporting imminent health hazards to us, and there's different criteria. So it's a power outage lasting greater than 2 hours. It's a fire, a flood, a contaminated water source. They're obligated to report those to us, and based on the situation, we will work with them. We, as Erica had mentioned earlier, we do have what's called our emergency action plan for food establishments, which it's been a longstanding guidance document that we distributed hard copies, but we also have it available on our website to give food establishments guidance on what they do if they're notified they have a boil order, for example, at their establishment. So they don't necessarily have to shut down, but these are the precautions that they have to take. Obviously, if it's a fire that's completely destroyed their building, that's a different situation. They won't be able to continue operations. But it's basically on a case-by-case basis. If they report this to us, we work with them on how they can mitigate any food safety risks. It might involve disposal of food, for example, if it was contaminated with floodwaters. But each situation is a little bit different. However, there is that overall guidance document on the department's website.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming this afternoon and kind of playing the last man standing. We appreciate your time. And I guess with that, we are done with our presentations for today. And I want to thank everybody on the committee for hanging in and sort of drinking water from a hose, because we had so much information thrown at us today. I will advise you all that we will begin having committee hearings next week at 10 o'clock. We have 4 early bills that we've gotten identified to us as early bills. So we will begin hearings at 10 o'clolock.
Maybe we know what they are, Madam Chair.
Yes, you will. They are, yeah, Representative Bixby, I handed my list into the, into the clerk, so.
So we have HB 153 FN requiring 2 or more law enforcement officers in each county to receive training regarding animal cruelty. HB 201 FN prohibiting the removal of claws from cats. HB 215 FN requiring a landfill permit applicant to submit a report listing potential harms and benefits of the project. And HB 240 FN local removing the penalty of forfeiture for non-payment of dog licenses.
Wasn't it a cat one?
No, yes, the declawing of cats.
Oh, I didn't hear you mention that.
Oh, yeah, that was,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so for Democrats on the committee, could you just come over to this corner? I want to just talk for about 3 minutes before we take off.
Sure.
Peter is